Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Morning, cupcakes. Today's Thursday, March 5th, 2026. And how's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing? I saw the outreach to Court TV yesterday from all of you going over and commenting under the videos of the new trial that we want to cover involving Hank Brennan as the defense attorney for Lucy Medina. But what had happened was, so far, I have the police interview of Lucy Medina for you, and I can talk to you a little bit about what happened yesterday after we finished our stream. All we got to watch from the trial started Tuesday was opening statements, and then we got to see the direct examination of the Lawrence police officer who handled, he didn't go to the scene, so he really handled Lucy coming into the Sally Port at the PD and her statement. We heard some 911 calls that were chilling. That's crazy. This morning, too, they actually asked what your thoughts were on the case. Yeah, they said underneath their video, what are your thoughts or something? And everyone is in the comments saying, cover it, live stream it. We all want to see it. It's a very important case. It's about DV. You need to cover this. And even one of you guys wrote me an email and said that you sent an email to Court TV, and that Court TV said, thanks, but we're doing Corey Richens right now. But here's the weird thing, because Court TV was just covering live all at the same time, Colin Gray, Corey Richens, and a third trial, the Dale Warner trial, right? So they clearly have the manpower or lady power, and they already have a camera in the courtroom for Lucy Medina. So I don't understand why they can't do it. Maybe if we stay loud enough, maybe they will. I'm thinking, right? Gigi says Corey is boring. And it's going to go on for a couple of more weeks, right? And I don't have that kind of time to live stream or to watch it every day. But listen, good on Emily Baker. She's getting all the views. She's got 30,000 people watching at a time. Yeah, Gray, and exactly, Gray's over. The verdict came in on Colin Gray, so that's available. But they already have the camera in the courtroom in Salem anyway, right? So I don't know, but let's just keep being loud about it, and maybe they'll release the footage at some point. I mean, I have to think if they're there, they're recording it all day, right? They're not just recording portions of it. Everything's digital now, right? I don't know. Do they use film? Do they not want to waste the film? Oh, is anybody watching, or have you watched The Studio with Seth Rogen? Has anybody watched it? Let me know if you have and if you like it, because I love it. It's so funny. So good. Catherine Hahn. And Seth Rogen, Catherine O'Hara just won the SAG Award posthumously. Very sad. Let's pull our quote for the day. Our quote for the day, Thursday, March 5th, 2026. It's our motivational daily calendar. Every day we pull a quote. And here it is. Elizabeth Barrett Browning said, "Light tomorrow with today." Light tomorrow with today. There you go. My heart breaks for Miss Lucy. I know, mine too. And I feel like because the only picture we've seen of her coming out of the courthouse was alone, I don't know if she has any support. I don't know if she's still with Luis. I don't know. My heart breaks. I don't know. Haven't they covered DV trials before? Law and Disorder. I mean, they are there. They're taping portions of it and putting them out as videos. And so I don't know. Happy birthday to Lisa Roberts. Happy birthday. Let's pull an empowerment card too, because we have an empowerment card deck ever since our badass affirmation deck. We read every single one of those badass affirmations, and boy, do we need them. All right, here's our empowerment card of the day. And it is inhale confidence and exhale doubt. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Inhale confidence and exhale doubt. In case you needed to hear that today, there it is for you. There it is for you. So, yeah, it's a ponytail day today because I don't know, just didn't have time and I didn't want to wear a baseball cap. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is everybody caught up? Let me give you a little, in case you're coming in fresh today and you don't know anything about the Lucy Medina case. I'll tell you a little bit about it before we start. Oh, Lauren. Common Sense Investigator says if Noonan is a potential witness in Lucy's trial, maybe the court shut down live streaming. I just wouldn't put it past them. I don't know, but I do have the Commonwealth witness list. So that's one thing that we're going to look at today. We're going to look at Lucy's recorded statement to police the night that she was arrested. We're going to look at the original article. It's very hard to find information on this case. It really kind of doesn't exist. An original article from July 21st of 2020, and this is the Eagle Tribune. I don't even know where the Eagle Tribune comes from. But I had to, go into my special website to get a copy of it because it's behind a paywall. Mastat says this prosecutor is an absolute turd. I feel like that too. Tad Turp needed that message today. Good. Inhale confidence, exhale doubt. Badasses. Music to Myself says Corey's trial has not been boring. There's need for people in chat to disparage another trial because they choose not to follow it. I don't know. I mean, isn't everybody entitled to their opinion of whether they think it's boring or not? If you watch a lot of trials, it may be very interesting to you. To other people, I don't know. I don't think they are disparaging it just because they're not watching it. That would be silly. Oh, the Eagle Tribune is a Lawrence paper where there you go. Lucy and Luis Medina lived in Lawrence. Right? It's raining here today too. If it makes you feel any better, look at Gigi coming in and gifting 5 memberships so early in the morning. Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Sarah, for your super sticker. And L Smooth 66 became a new member. Welcome. All right. And then, we'll talk about whatever else we want to talk about. But let's go back to what happened yesterday during cross. So we didn't get to see any of Hank Brennan's cross yesterday. But for those of you who are not familiar with this case, we went into it yesterday cold. I didn't, but you guys did. I hadn't watched the testimony or the openings, but I knew that Hank Brennan was going to be representing the defendant, although Court TV didn't advertise it that way. They're calling it the reluctant witness trial. And that's it. The reluctant victim assault trial. Reluctant victim assault trial. Thanks to Sierra, who sent this case to me. If you're here today, good morning. And here's just a little brief synopsis of what this case is about. It's in Essex Superior Court in Salem in Massachusetts. It's the Commonwealth versus Lucy Medina. On July 17th of 2020, Lucy Medina and her husband Luis were drinking. I don't know how much they were drinking. We haven't found out yet, but apparently they were drinking. Nothing good happens with alcohol, all right? I've come to learn that in my old age, that nothing good comes from alcohol. July 17th of 2020, Lucy Medina assaults her husband of 20 years, Luis Medina, with a knife. Stabs him in the neck, slices his throat, slits his throat, depending on what article you're reading from or whoever wants to make it more salacious. She calls 911 twice. She makes 2 911 calls. She's clearly hysterical, clearly distraught. And those are chilling to listen to yesterday. Patrick Burke is the ADA for Essex County DA's office. Luis was rushed to the hospital, bleeding profusely. He had surgery and he survived. Lucy went into custody, and I think she was there for a couple of days. Again, this is very hard to piece together, but I did hear from someone who told me that she picked up Lucy that day. I think she was let out on something like $100 bail. She might have been in there for a couple of days until she could get arraigned. I think it was a Friday. I think she was brought into court anyway on Monday, but she wasn't indicted until August of 2021. Lucy Medina was indicted on charges of aggravated assault and battery with a dangerous weapon and assault and battery on a family household member. Here's where it gets crazy. The victim, her husband at the time, I don't know if they're still together, Luis Medina, never gave his version of events. He didn't give a statement to police. He never gave his version of events. Luis Medina was on the defense witness list until Luis Medina's defense attorney sent a letter to the court or told the court he's going to plead the fifth and spousal privilege. He's not going to testify. But an interesting thing that happened was in August of sometime in 2021, Luis Medina's attorney wrote a letter to the court. And the court said, the letter said, Mr. Medina firmly believes that if defendant was the source of his injuries, she acted in self-defense. He is adamant that defendant committed no crime. Brennan, in his opening, told us a little bit more about the relationship between Luis Medina and his client, Lucy Medina. And his opening started with, he beat her. He beat her up. He beat her down. He beat her for 28 years. 5 months after they started dating, he started beating her. He robbed her of her dignity, her self-respect, her ability to protect herself. Yes, when Luis Medina was taken to the hospital, in the hospital records, it says that he said that he did it to himself. Hank Brennan also said in his opening that before he got into his relationship with Lucy, he was in a relationship with another woman that he had a child with, and he beat her too. So I imagine that woman is also going to be coming in to testify. But what is so, I guess I shouldn't even be surprised by this. Why is the Commonwealth prosecuting this woman almost 6 years later when the alleged victim is telling the court that if she is responsible for his injuries. It was self-defense. He's not coming in. Their case is shallow at best, grasping at wet paper straws at worst. And this is crazy. The trial started Tuesday was day one. Yesterday was day two. And nobody wants you to know about this because Court TV is only putting it out in dribs and drabs. And I feel so bad because I feel like Lucy Medina is in the courtroom all alone. I also feel like I never thought I would ever see the day when I would be rooting for Hank Brennan. And here I am. And many of you said that you also felt the same way. So it's good to know that I'm not alone. Recapping the reluctant victim assault trial. Can they not do any better than that? I think she's facing up to 10 years on the assault with a deadly weapon charge. But I think that's the same. Are those the same charges that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is facing? Also, this is in the same courthouse as Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case. And so yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before yesterday, on day one, I'll recap for those of you who did not watch day one with us, which I don't know why I can't think today. My brain is mush. Looked at yesterday. Day one was March 3rd. Assistant District Attorney Patrick Burke delivered opening statements for the Commonwealth. He urged jurors to question whether Lucy took reasonable steps to leave the argument with her husband rather than attack him, right? He said she should have walked away. I know there's a lot of survivors of DV in the chat, and when people say, why didn't she just leave? Perhaps you can chime in and let them know why people just don't leave. It's a very complicated dynamic, to say the least. Patrick, the ADA said that Lucy made a choice to get a knife and stab the victim in the neck. He also said, which Court TV is not telling anybody in their little blurb here, he also said, you're not going to hear from Luis Medina. He's not going to be here to testify. He never gave his account of events. And so don't let that, affect your judgment, jurors. Hank Brennan delivered his opening statement for the defense. He said that Lucy was the victim of abuse for years, leading to her state of mind on July 17th. Well, 28 years to be exact. 28 years. Hank Brennan also said the government doesn't know what happened in the home that night. Photos show that Lucy was being beaten and unable to walk away. Remember, he also showed photos to the jury, or actually the Commonwealth showed photos to the jury of her horrific bruises all over her face, all over her body. Clearly things that looked like punches and grabbing around the arm. It was horrific. I had to trigger warn all of you. Lucy was being beaten and unable to walk away, Hank Brennan said, and Lucy did what she had to do to survive. I don't really like their synopsis of it, but those are the notes that I have in front of me. Another woman testified. We did not get to see that testimony. Maria Sanchez, she was a neighbor. She lived above the Medinas and testified through an interpreter. Oh, also important to point out, Lucy Medina, when she called 911, she was speaking in Spanish. I wonder if they had an interpreter for her when she went down to the station and gave her recorded interview. It's going to be interesting to watch. Maria Sanchez said she did not hear the Medinas fighting or arguing and did not observe the incident on July 17th. When the police arrived on July 17th, Lucy was in disarray, bloody, and was crying hysterically. And then we heard from Sergeant William Colantuono of the Lawrence Police Department. We only heard the direct examination and maybe not the whole entire thing. The jury heard both of the defendant's hysterical 911 calls. The jury saw photos taken of Lucy's face, hands, and clothing after the incident, which were covered in blood, not just blood, pretty severe bruises as well, because we saw them too. And then what we did not get to see on film, on cross, Court TV reports that Hank Brennan questioned Colantuono repeatedly on whether he knew how the defendant got each of her injuries that was photographed. Colin Twoney repeatedly said that Lucy told them she thought she had been punched a couple of times. Colin Twoney said he did not know about the claim that Luis told a trauma doctor at a hospital that he had slit his own throat. He also did not know about the letter Luis's attorney sent to the court or about statements made by Lucy's friends about the abuse she suffered in his marriage. Hank Brennan also did tell the jury in his opening that they're going to hear from a lot of Lucy's friends and co-workers and how she would try to cover her bruises by wearing shawls and other things to try and cover them up. We will talk a little bit about, let's see. What I think we will do first. Let's take a look at the only article that I could find about this when it first happened. And this goes back to July of 2020. And this again is in the Eagle Tribune. So let's take a read through this because it's really hard to find information on this case. Another case that the Commonwealth doesn't want you to know about, but that doesn't stop us. Here it is. No bail for woman charged in Lawrence stabbing. This is July 21st of 2020. Shout out to the Eagle Tribune for caring, at least back in 2020. In Lawrence, a Cress Street woman was held without bail after a bloody stabbing at her home Friday night, police said. Lucy Medina, 52 of 18 Cress Street, was arraigned in Lawrence District Court on Monday on charges of assault with intent to murder, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, and domestic assault and battery, police said. No bail was set, and Medina is now scheduled for a court hearing Thursday to determine if she's a danger to herself or to the community at large, according to court records. Oh, a 58A hearing, it sounds like. Police said, that's the dangerousness hearing, right? Police said they were called to the address at 8:34 p.m. and found oh, look at that, a trail of blood. Should say trail. Oh, just another of my pet peeves. When people write trail when they mean trial or trial when they mean trail. They found a trail of blood that led to a man who was covered in blood. The man was suffering from an apparent stab wound, police said. Remember when she was on with 911 and the firefighters and the police got to her house and they were talking to dispatch saying they couldn't get in the house? Yeah, Nicole says it should be called the mistakenly brought to trial. The man who was not identified by police was taken by paramedics to Lawrence General Hospital and later a Boston hospital for treatment. His injuries are serious, but he is expected to survive. And he did survive. And Boston media is ignoring it to maintain access to the corrupt government. It's disgusting. Thank you, Lisa Lou. Yes, he prosecuted Karen after being retained for her because when we looked in the court record yesterday, Hank Brennan has been representing Lucy Medina since 2021 because she was not indicted until 2021. Sam says, could it be that Court TV thinks that Hank isn't worth covering after his posing as a DA? I don't think that that's it. I think that what happened was Law and Crime has purchased Court TV. And so maybe they don't have the budget to get somebody there. I don't know. But as many of you told them in their comments and many of you sent them emails, you said, if you can't live stream it, at least record the whole thing and then release it on delay. After the day is over or something. And will they listen to us? I don't know. Maybe if you're on Twitter, if you tweet them, they'll start to pay attention. We'll see. All right. This is yesterday, day 2, when the ADA shows the jury Lucy Medina's recorded interview with police. It's only 28 minutes long. I haven't watched it yet. I'm trigger warning you in advance because I imagine it's going to be very distressing. Take care of your mental health because that's the most important thing. Okay? Here we go. This is from day 2, which was yesterday. Today is day 3. We're not getting any footage yet. Law girls, not attorneys, said they were going to court today. They're going to try to live stream it if they can. I've got it up on my screen. If they do, we can pop in. But if they don't, we're going to have to wait and see what Court TV gives us, because Essex Superior does not have Zoom. We know that from the many Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearings we've tried to cover. And this happened yesterday, day 2. This is Lucy Medina's police interview.
We just mark that for when we're done, we'll mark that for identification.
It should be admitted as the next one.
I think it should be admitted as an next exhibit.
So it should be exhibit 79.
Great. Okay.
You graduate college? High school? How's your English?
Good.
What's that? You're nodding yes?
Good, yeah.
It's good, okay. Do you work?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I used to work for the Social Security office
Oh, really? In Salem? Or here in Lawrence?
in Lawrence.
Okay. What was your job there?
Fence stretch?
Excellent. Do you have any history of mental health and illness diagnosed? Did any police threaten you today?
No,
Police treated you well? Did they promise you anything?
no.
Okay.
It's real.
Remember, they took her clothes. They had her take off her clothes. They put each separate piece of clothing separately into paper evidence envelopes. And they gave her a Tyvek suit to wear. And that's what it looks like she's wearing here, is the Tyvek suit. Still no medical attention.
Okay.
I don't
It's real okay.
know yet if he's gonna be okay. Last I heard, he's still alive, and I hope he will be. He's in good hands there. Lucy, I'm gonna read what your rights are, and I'd like to talk to you for a little bit so I can understand what happened. They're working on it. I don't know right now. Hopefully they're gonna have a report.
He said, right now, I'm gonna tell you something. If something happens to him, I will not be okay. Rather be dead.
I'm so sorry you're
No,
not.
I can't. I did you do something I was in my life.
Let me go over this with you, and then I'd like to talk to you.
Did you hear what she just said? I got to tell you this, that if something happens to him, I would rather die. You know what's interesting about that? This is in 2020. When Karen Reed was making suicidal statements, what did they do with Karen Reed? They sectioned her. They tried to anyway. I want to know if they ever took Lucy Medina to a hospital. Similar to what Karen said, right? Let's see how different this is. They never recorded any statement with Karen either, by the way. But also compare this with Edric Faust's interrogation while he was sitting in the precinct. Do you speak English? They asked him if he knew how to read. Let's just take this back a little bit. She's very concerned about his condition. And they're not calling an interpreter because she says she knows how to speak English, I guess, well enough. She used to work for the Social Security office.
Oh, really? In Salem? Or here in Lawrence?
In Lawrence.
Okay. What was your job there?
Fence stretch?
Excellent. Do you have any history of mental health and, illness diagnosed? Did any police threaten you today?
No,
Police treated you well? Did they promise you anything?
no.
Okay.
Is he okay?
I don't know yet if he's gonna be okay. Last I heard, he's still alive, and I hope he will be. He's in good hands there. Lucy, I'm gonna read what your rights are, and I'd like to talk to you for a little bit, so I can understand what happened.
People know that he's
They're working on it. I don't know right now. Hopefully they're gonna have a report
He
for
said,
us.
right now, I'm gonna tell you something. If something happens to him, I will not be okay. I'd rather be dead.
I'm so sorry you're not on it.
I'd rather be dead.
Do something I just in my life.
Let me tell you, go over this with you, and then I'd like to talk to you some more.
I don't need to know. I just want to be. I just want you to be okay because I can't be with myself, or my family, or his family, and my kids.
Well, let's hope he's gonna be okay. Right now, you do me a favor right now? Can you just stay in control right now, just so we can talk to you? And then afterward, I know if you're upset, and I would be too. I understand. All right? So Lucy, before we ask any questions, we must understand your rights. Do you understand that? Lucy, do you understand that? Yes? You're nodding your head yes.
Yeah,
You
nodding
have the right
doesn't
to remain
count.
silent. Do you understand that?
Nodding doesn't count. You need a verbal response. Hello? Let's see some Cardi B emojis. Hello?
You gotta speak for me. Okay, thank you. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Do you understand that? Understand that, hon?
Yeah, you're right.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and I have them with you during questioning. Do you understand that? You understand that? You're nodding your head yes. All right. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before questioning you. Do you understand that, Lucy? You're nodding yes. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you still have the right to stop questioning at any time. Do you understand that, Lucy? You're nodding yes. Do you understand everything I read to you just now? Okay. Is it okay if we talk? Will you do me a favor and just sign that you understand your right to here? No, right here.
She's signing.
You
She's
want
signing her
any
Miranda
drugs
rights
or
away.
medication today?
Just alcohol over drinking.
How much alcohol do you have tonight?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Take a guess.
I got off work at 3:30.
Okay. You seem pretty good now to me. You don't smell. Do you understand where you are and what's going on? Can you tell me about how many drinks you had? Were you drinking beer?
Beer and shots of tequila.
Beer and tequila? And how many beers do you think you had? I'll take a guess. Give me an estimate.
Drink any more than you normally would on a Friday night or a Saturday night? Or is this more than normal, or is it just a couple drinks?
No.
Yeah. Well, how many do you think you had? Do you have more than 2? Do you have more than 3? Do you have more than 4 beers? Do you have more than 5? Do you have more than 5 beers? Do you have 6? Okay,
I don't know, I got off work,
yeah,
got me out, so we were going to cook outside,
mhm.
and then we did.
You're gonna cook, what are we gonna make?
He made me, he was cooking,
When you're talking about he, you're talking about who?
we ate,
Yeah,
and then we got into an argument.
you and Luis? What was the argument over?
About kids.
Tell me about that.
Just several things about kids. Honest to God, I don't even know how those things escalated past
You got an argument over your kids?
our kids.
Your kids together?
We have one daughter together.
How old is she?
When
She live with you?
it is, well, she does, but she stays more with my mom,
With their mom?
with my mom.
With your mom? Okay. Was she there tonight? Was there another young woman there tonight? No, just the 2 of you? All right, so you over 20 years. How long you guys been together? How long you been married?
Been together for 25 years.
When did you get married?
Got married in 2009, but we were together before then.
You've been together 25 years? Married in 2001? Where'd you meet?
We met through my cousin, my cousin introduced me.
I'm sorry?
We met through my cousin.
Oh, through your cousin. Where?
You know,
In Lawrence? Okay. What does Luis do for work?
it's an electrician.
I'm sorry? I'm not the best hearing you.
Electrician.
He's an electrician? Okay. Has either of you been married before other than each other?
Had a kid before me and I had a kid before him.
You had a kid before you met him? How old? Your child from before?
Mine is 29.
Is it a boy or girl?
It's a boy.
Okay. And does he also?
Yeah,
And how old is his child?
31.
Is that a boy or girl?
He's a boy.
All right. Does either of those kids live with you? No, just the 2 of you in that house? All right. Have you ever been arrested before? How about Luis? Of course.
I didn't hear a verbal response to how about Luis being arrested before. Does she make any head motion? Hold on.
With you? No, just the 2 of you in that house? All right. Have you ever been arrested before? How about Luis?
Oh, she shook her head no for Luis.
Of course.
to be okay.
I hope so. I'd tell you if he was dead, and I'm hoping he lived. I don't know.
If he dies, you might as well shoot me right now because I can't live with it.
If he dies, you might as well shoot me right now because I can't live with it. Again, are they going to get her any medical attention?
We never live with it.
Let's hope for the best.
I don't think I can confront my daughter or family or my mom.
So why did you stab him?
Because he cheated me. He gave me.
He cheated on you?
He cheated me so many times.
He hit you? Tell me about that. So what happened?
Wait, the closed caption says he cheat me, and then he says he cheated on you, and then she says the caption says he cheat me. Maybe she said he beat me because now he's getting into her being hit. So I want to hear that again. Why did you stab him? There's a lot. I see a lot of chatter about why is there no female officer? There's no requirement that there be a female officer in the room to take a statement of a female defendant, suspect. That's why. All right. Why did you stab him?
Because he cheated me. He gave me.
He cheated on you?
He cheated me so many times.
He hit you?
Oh, it's not cheat. It's he hit me. He hit me so many times. I think with her accent, it sounds like cheat, but he said he hit me. Let's listen to that again. He hit me. That's what she's saying.
So why did you stab him?
Because he cheated me. He gave me.
He cheated on you?
He hit
cheated
me.
me so many times.
He hit you? Tell me about that. So what happened?
We were arguing
Okay.
about him comparing my kids to his.
Oh, okay.
And I got very offensive about that because I think that I had his are not different than his kid behaves.
Okay. And then what happened?
Next thing I know is that honest to God, the next thing I remember is him hitting me, like punching me. And then we had a candle on the table,
Uh-huh.
and I threw the candle to defend myself. And then he kept hitting me. And then I went to the kitchen and I grabbed a knife. Like, oh my God. Oh.
Where did he hit you?
I don't know, please. I don't even know.
Do you have any injuries from where he hit you?
No, I think he gave me my face and my back. I don't know. And the next thing I remember was me trying to say that no, I'm not leaving it.
What happened?
That's what I don't know. I just had to walk away and go upstairs and just let it be. Let it be. Just forget about it. Doesn't matter. Whatever you say is fine. Just let it be. I can't believe that this is happening.
The captions are totally off, so don't pay attention to them. She said, I can't believe this is happening. He was punching me. I picked up a candle to defend myself. I threw a candle to defend myself. And I went to the kitchen to get a knife. That's what they're going to hang their case on. She could have walked away, but instead she went to the kitchen to get a knife. That's what the Commonwealth's going to hang their entire case on. I'll take that back a minute. The next thing she remembers is that she was trying to save him. I'm gonna go back to, he was hitting me like punching me, and then the candle.
hitting me, like punching me. And then we had a candle on the table,
Uh-huh.
and I threw the candle to defend myself. And then he kept hitting me. And then I went to the kitchen and I grabbed a knife. Like, oh my God. Oh.
She's covering
Where
her
did he hit
face.
you?
I don't know, please. I don't even know.
Do you have any injuries from where he hit you?
No, I think he hit me in my face and my back. I don't know.
Saw the pictures.
And the next thing I remember was me trying to say that, no, I'm not hitting me.
What happened?
That's what I don't know. I just had to walk away and go upstairs and just let it be. Let it be. Just forget about it. Doesn't matter. Whatever you say is fine.
Oh, she's saying she should have just walked away and taken it instead of going to get the knife. I think that's what she's saying.
Just let it be. I can't believe that this is happening. I can't believe this is happening. For the love of God,
Who hit who first today?
he hit me first.
And how many times do you think he hit you?
He hit me twice. That I know.
Where did he hit you for those 2 times that you remember?
I know he hit me in my face, but I don't remember the second
Was it
time.
with a fist or a slap?
Yeah, it was his face.
Where in the face?
I don't remember.
Can I see? Can you show me? Because if there's a mark, I'd like to know.
I don't know.
Is he right-handed or left-handed?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that I have Lucy here and I Lucy, but I don't remember like this time.
Is that from him?
When she said, I have bruises here and here, because I know a lot of you can't look at your screen, she's touching her left shoulder and then her right shoulder.
I didn't have any bruises before.
Can you pull this down without revealing anything, just so I can see what those injuries are, those bruises?
My lip is.
Can you show me?
Hmm?
Look, is it okay if I take a picture of that?
She's pointing to her lip and saying, my lip is swollen.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you show it to me? Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if I have anything. I just feel like it's big. This kind of thing is.
I thought I might have seen a mark, so I'll pull it up
I don't know. I
again.
just feel like it's really big down there.
Uh-huh. Can't tell if it's blood or.
And that's the sergeant that we saw yesterday. We watched his testimony. He's leaning over the table towards her. As you can see on the right side of your screen, it's a split screen. She is sitting right behind the court TV chyron. She's sitting right across the table from him. And he's leaning over the table to look inside her mouth.
Move your finger out of the way, though. Can you hold it from the corners like this, so I can see where the injury might be? Do you have any other injuries you can show me?
Just my fingers. I feel that they are very swollen. I don't know why. Like this finger hurts a lot.
Yeah. Do you have a cut on it?
It's really swollen.
How was that swollen? What happened
I
there?
don't know.
You're not sure? Do you say you have bruises on your shoulders?
They It's only that I have a bruise.
They, Francie.
No, they already got it.
Photograph.
Oh, they already took pictures.
Yeah, on
of it.
both arms, she looked like she had some bruise.
How did those bruises happen?
Yes, remember he testified that they took the pictures before they interviewed her. Interesting that he doesn't know that. How did those bruises happen?
Was it from him or was it something else maybe?
I don't think he had this.
Have you been using any drugs or anything like that? Just drinking? So he hit you in the face and maybe in the body a couple times, and you went in the kitchen during this argument, and you got this knife, and where did you stab him? Where did that happen?
I don't know. The next thing I know is that he's bleeding, and I'm calling 911 and I call 911 like a step
You
aside.
tried to save him after.
And
Yeah.
then they put in canvas, and I grabbed my purse and I told him, come on, let's go to the hospital.
You stabbed him in the
Pushing
kitchen?
me. He kept pushing me. God,
Lucy, we're trying to understand what happened. Do you
I don't
remember,
know what
did
happened.
you remember if you stabbed him in the kitchen when you grabbed the knife, or did,
I feel like there was a jump cut right there. Did you notice that too? She said, let's go to the she wanted to take him to the hospital because they were taking so long to get there. Watch this jump cut.
You stabbed him in the
Pushing
kitchen?
me. He kept pushing me. God,
Lucy, we're trying to
Right there.
understand what happened. Do you
I don't
remember,
know what
did
happened.
you remember if you stabbed him in the kitchen when you grabbed the knife, or did you run after him, or what happened?
No. No. See, the only thing I remember is like him trying to stop the bleeding. And then I stopped trying to stop the bleeding too. And then I called 911 and they couldn't come. And then I grabbed my purse and I told let's go to the hospital. And then I called 911 again. And I kept telling him, please, please.
Lucy, where was he bleeding from?
He kept from over here. That's where I tried to stop the bleeding too.
It's just the two of you out there, right? Is that right? Lucy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Was there anybody else home in the house? Was anybody else home in the house, Lucy? Shaking your head no. Has he ever hit you in the past? How often does that happen? You guys fight a lot? You sometimes hit him?
Really? Look at him. He's leaning against the wall practically, back in his chair with both arms behind his head like this. You hit him too occasionally? You hit him too occasionally? Do these guys have DV training at all? This is back in 2020. This is Lawrence PD. Wow, they're so dismissive, right? Has he ever hit you in the past? Listen.
Anybody else home in the house? Was anybody else home in the house, Lucy? Shaking your head no. Has he ever hit you in the past? How often does that happen? You guys fight a lot? You sometimes hit him? Does he just hit you, but you don't hit him?
He's going to say that we just have to walk away. Just have to walk away.
Yeah.
Why don't we just walk away?
You ever called the police on him before, Lucy?
Again, another jump cut. Oh, they cut this interview up pretty well, didn't they? Guess this is only what they want you to see. This is why many DV victims never report. He's trying to put words in her mouth. You guys fight a lot and you sometimes hit him, and she actually said, no, he hits me. Taking this back, but watch again for this next jump cut.
You guys fight a lot? You sometimes hit him? He just hits you, but you don't hit him?
He's going to say that we just have to walk away. Just have to walk away.
Yeah.
Why don't we just walk away?
You ever called the police on him before?
Right there.
No.
We went to counseling before.
She never called the police on him before. Are they going to hold that against her too? I saw one comment in here. Clayton John, thanks, said, I can't find it right now. Why didn't she just leave him the first time? Anybody in the chat want to respond to that? You can tag Clayton John. Apparently either knows nothing about the dynamic of DV and the wheel of power and control, or is just trying to rile you guys up. I agree. I don't think she's in a fit state to be interviewed either. She clearly said she was drinking, but he's like, oh, I don't smell any alcohol in your breath. Meaning, you couldn't be drinking, that much. So let's keep going with this interview. She's trying to tell herself to walk away from this nightmare. That's right.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
So I
Went to counseling a while ago.
Did that help? Usually prior to today, when was the last time that he was physical with you?
that was a while back. It hasn't happened. No.
When you say a while, how long are we talking? Are we talking days, months, years?
I can't remember the last time, but it's been a while.
Can you give me a general idea about how long of a while?
A few years ago.
A few years. Okay.
Was that 3 years?
A few years. And when did you have the counseling?
Brenda, if you want to go watch it, you can go watch it. I'm not going to break from this, what I'm playing right now, to go there. I just looked at their feed. It was sideways. I can't do anything with that. I have it up on my screen. If they can get a better feed, maybe we can go to it. But I'm going to continue what I'm doing until then.
That was a while back.
Like how many years did they? A few. Was it before or after the last time he hit you?
No, way before. Then.
Okay. A few years before that?
No, way before then.
A few years before the last time he hit you?
No, more than a few years.
Like 5 years? 10 years?
Probably 10 years, or maybe 6, 7 years ago.
So you had counseling 6 or 7 years ago? All right. You guys drink a lot? All the time?
We didn't used to drink that much, but now with all this that's going on, we've been drinking like every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
When you say all this going on, you're talking about COVID-19, just the being stuck in the house and stuff?
Yeah.
Is there anything we should know about this that you can tell us that maybe we didn't ask? So just, I'm going to summarize, you tell me if I got it right. So you and Luis have been together for 25 years, and you have a 20-year-old daughter in common. She lives with his mom mostly, with your mom mostly. And you guys live together and you're married. And I guess today, after work, you got home from work around 3:30. You had 6 beers or more, plus some tequila.
Did she ever say 6 beers or more? Because I thought she didn't know. Plus some shots of tequila. I don't remember her saying 6 beers. Maybe I missed it.
Drugs. And you guys got in an argument over comparing your kids. And then during the argument, Luis started hitting you and punching you at least twice in the face and maybe your body, but you're not sure. And at one point you ran into the kitchen and you got a knife and you stabbed him. And then you felt bad about it. You called 911. You tried to help him stop the bleeding, right? And then you tried to help him out of the house to go to the hospital. No one else was home at the time. We're just the two of you. And since this COVID started in March, you guys have been drinking a lot on the weekends. Is that what you told me? Is that accurate? Yeah, did I get that right? Okay. Can you tell me how many times when you stabbed him, were you in front of him or were you come up behind him? How does that work? You're right-handed, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think I was behind him.
Where did you stab him?
The next thing I remember is that him trying to stop the bleeding around here.
You're trying to stop it. So
And
you got
that's
him.
where I tried to stop the bleeding too.
Yes.
Saying anything to you?
Oops, she's pointing to her
No.
neck, and she's pointing to the front of the neck. Maybe she got him in the carotid, but let's listen to that again. She's not able to grasp time due to disassociating. She's also trying to protect him still, says Heather. Very common. Also, did you see how he started summarizing what she said, but kind of putting words in her mouth? Because really, that's not exactly what she said, but that's what he's going to write down. Let's take this back a sec. Did you come up behind him? She says she doesn't know.
Can you tell me how many times when you stabbed him, were you in front of him or were you come up behind him? How does that work? You're right-handed, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think I was behind him.
Where did you stab him?
The next thing I remember is that him trying to stop the bleeding around here.
You're trying to stop it. So
And
you got
that's
him.
where I tried to stop.
She's pointing to right here. Come to your screen if you can. Right to the side of the neck. She's pointing to her right side. Let's see. Come to your screen if you can do so safely.
The next thing I remember is that him trying to stop the bleeding around here.
You're trying to stop it. So you
And
got
that's
him.
where I tried to stop the bleeding too.
Yes.
Saying anything to you?
No,
After that happened?
no. He was just, I was just trying to get him out when he went, oh my God,
Where did you put the knife after this
I
happened?
don't know. I don't know.
Did it happen inside or outside?
It happened outside because then he ran inside, then I ran after him. And then I called 911.
Lucy, can I ask you something? When you went to grab the knife, was he still outside? Okay. And then you went back outside?
And that is what they're going to hang their whole entire case on. He was outside and you went inside to get the knife. And then you went back outside. They're going to say, why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you just leave? You went back out there with the knife. You had the opportunity to leave. Therefore, this is not justified. No justification, no self-defense. You lose. Hey, jury, convict her, even though the victim doesn't want to come in and testify and talk about what happened. Take it back 1 second. Lucy, can I ask you something? Again, another jump cut here. I don't like these jump cuts.
Where did you put the knife after this
I
happened?
don't know. I don't know.
Did it happen inside or outside?
It happened outside because then he ran inside, then I ran after him. And then I called 911.
Lucy, can I ask you something? When you went to grab the knife, was he still outside? Okay. And then you went back outside?
He was trying, I was just trying to, you're not going to,
What?
just trying to say, no, you're not going to.
You're not.
She said, I was just trying to tell him, you're not going to hit me. You're not going to hit me. Like, maybe she wanted to warn him. But he says, you're not going to kill me. This is, they should be doing this in Spanish. Right. He lived and he still won't say what happened. So there's that too. Thank you, Team Brittany. She doesn't seem like she's in her right mind to me. I'm sure Brennan moved to suppress this statement. She was under the influence. She was clearly in shock. But she did sign off and wait, you know, they Mirandized her. She signed off on it. She's never been arrested before. She's never been in the system. Always ask for a lawyer.
Okay. And then you went back outside?
He was trying, I was just trying to, you're not going to,
What?
just trying to say, no, you're not going to.
You're not going to kill me?
You're not going to hit me.
You're not gonna
gonna
hit
me. No, you can't hit me anymore.
You were telling me this.
I'm sure I just walked away, and just let it be, just let it be, just let it be.
How much did Luis have to drink tonight? Was he drunk?
No, I don't think so.
Did he drink as much as you or less?
No, he had a couple of drinks before he got the beers and the tequila, but he wasn't drunk. I don't think he was drunk yet.
Were you drunk?
I don't think he was drunk yet. I don't know.
What? You were there, I wasn't. Do you think you were drunk or just buzzed, or how do you think you were? You were just
I
buzzed?
think I was, I must have been drunk because I had never done something like that.
First she says she was just buzzed, and then she's clearly in shock. She can't believe what happened. She says, I should have just walked away. But she's saying, I didn't want him to hit me anymore. And she said, I must have been drunk because I never would have done this if I wasn't drunk.
How do you think you were? You were just
I
buzzed?
think I must have been drunk because I had never done something like that.
How do you feel right now? You feel,
I feel like I wanna,
I mean emotionally, but do you feel like you're not drunk now or do you feel drunk now?
I feel,
How do you feel right now? She says, I feel like I want to die. And he says, no, I mean emotionally. Like, I mean, do you feel like you're drunk now? She's having suicidal ideations. And you just want to know if she was drunk or not. And Rambo John says all they want to do is charge people with crimes. He's not trying to get to the truth. I mean, again, at this point, they don't know if he's going to live or die, right? So if he did die, Massachusetts State Police would get involved. And that's why this is at Lawrence PD. And Lawrence PD is still handling this. She feels like she wants to die. Hold on.
How do you feel right now? You feel,
I feel like I wanna,
I mean emotionally, but do you feel like you're not drunk now or do you feel drunk now?
I feel drunk.
Do you think you're drunk right now?
But if you told me right now,
Yep.
I'd rather someone shoot me right in the head.
I'm sorry.
Right now, I feel like I'd rather have someone shoot me in the head. Detective says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'd rather be dead.
You're not gonna kill yourself on me, are you?
No. But I'd rather be.
You're not going to kill yourself on me, are ya? Like that is something funny, detective? She says no. He says good. And she says, but I'd rather be dead. Are you kidding me? There's zero compassion, in my opinion. I mean, he's gentle, more gentle than many other police interrogators that we've watched, or interrogations or whatever, people doing the interrogations. But wow. They sectioned Karen Reed based on, I think, her father's statements about what Karen said to him, right? Or because they just wanted to get her off the scene and out of the way and have access to her car and who knows what. But this is insane. All they want to know is whether she thinks she's drunk right now. Take her blood. Have her blow. I don't know if they did any of that testing.
Drunk right now?
But if you told me right now,
Yep.
I'd rather someone shoot me right in the head.
I'm sorry.
I'd rather be dead.
You're not gonna kill yourself on me, are you?
Wow.
No. But I'd rather be.
Do you remember if you were sitting down when this happened? Or what he was doing when you came back from the kitchen with the knife and went outside?
She's shaking her
What did the
head
knife
no.
look like?
Do you know if he was sitting sitting down when this happened? She shakes her head no.
Sitting down when this happened? Or what he was doing when you came back from the kitchen with the knife and went outside?
Again, she's shaking her head no, but not very vigorously. It's hard to know what her response is because it's not verbal. And, they're just trying to get her to incriminate herself. And she's clearly not in her right state of mind. So they want to get as much as they can out of her because she's waived her Miranda rights. She's waived them.
What did the knife look like? You don't remember?
No, she's shaking her head no.
You remember?
And there's another jump cut. You don't remember. She shakes her head, kind of no. And then there's a jump cut.
Is he okay?
To is he okay?
The last I checked, he was still alive. I don't know how it's going. We'll have to make another call in a little while. It's very serious. I mean, it's possible that he'll die from this. I don't know. We have to hope that he doesn't. We hope that they save him. Okay?
Lucy, do you remember if you got the knife out of the sink or out of the drawer or out of the block? You remember? If it was out of the sink drawer or something? Lucy?
Do you remember how many times he stabbed him?
I don't know.
For more than once?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't
I'm going to walk you downstairs. Is there anything else we should have asked that didn't, that you want to tell us about this?
I just feel I don't know anything else.
So be it. 2341. Almost set.
So 11:42 PM, including the
And that's it. That's the only thing that Court TV gave us from yesterday, but they did give us a little summary of the reporting. Hold on one second. So here's what's going on. Law Girls Not Attorneys is in the courthouse, in the courtroom, but here's their feed. It's streaming sideways. But it is on YouTube, so you can go back and watch that later after we recap day 2 if you like. I don't know why it's like this. And they may be filming surreptitiously in court. They might not have, permission to do it, and they're just maybe streaming from. Oh, there's Brennan. I mean, I can see Brennan. I can't. There's no way for me to flip this around.
Defense calls attorney Murat Erkan.
Wait, so the defense case is already going? Hold on a second. Did he just say defense calls?
Okay, so, members of the jury, Commonwealth is rested, so we're now going to continue on with.
The Commonwealth rested. Okay, we know that now. The Commonwealth rested. That's what I just heard. And Hank's calling witnesses already. But I don't think there's any way for me to flip this around on my screen. If you can think of a way for me to flip this around on my screen, let me know.
What do you?
And they were only able to start their feed about 13 minutes ago.
MURA.
Let's see if they're able to fix it. We'll hang tight while I review with you yesterday's. Maybe we can just listen. Yeah, so let's what we're going to do, I'm going to just review what else happened yesterday for you, and that would have been day 2. So let's review that before we move on to what's going on today, because I have the ability to rewind, so don't worry about that. Sally Port flip. Yeah, today's day 3, but let's just review the testimony that we did not hear about or see about yesterday. From day 2, I'll put it up on the screen so you can read it along with me, and then you can come back to it later if you want. Okay, hold down, please. Right, okay. Hold. All right, so here's yesterday's highlights according to Court TV. Francis Nova, former Lawrence Police Department patrolman, testified first. He was dispatched to the Medina home after the 911 call. Jurors saw photos showing a trail of blood leading from the patio to the basement door. A grill was knocked over and the patio was in disarray. The judge had to call a brief recess after the defendant's crying caused a disruption. Oh, that happened yesterday. She's been crying throughout. Lucy was taken into custody. Photos showed Lucy covered in blood. Lucy was taken into custody and brought to the police department. During transport, she was distraught and crying in the back seat. Josh Dushame, Detective Sergeant of the Lawrence Police Department, who was the second witness yesterday. Oh, please. Josh Dushame, Detective Sergeant of the Lawrence Police Department, retired, responded to the Medina home after the 911 call, saw Lucy sitting on a small wall in the backyard covered from head to toe in blood. He described Lucy as upset and crying. Photos showed bottles of alcohol on the patio. Photos shown to the jury showed a kitchen knife with a black handle and a long silver blade. On cross, Dushame said insufficient fingerprints were found on the knife for a match to anyone. That's interesting. They don't even have her fingerprints on the knife. Detective Kevin, I don't know, Nagosian from the Lawrence Police Department responded to the hospital to speak to Luis Medina, but he was unable to speak because of medical equipment in his throat. Spoke to Maria Sanchez, but was unable to find other witnesses to speak to. So the neighbor was the neighbor who testified on the first day. That's all he said, apparently, according to Court TV, but we know there's probably more. Brian Cunningham of the MSP Crime Lab, supervisor of the DNA unit, responded to the Medina home as a crime scene analyst, took swabs of red-brown stains, later responded to the police department where he was asked to examine Lucy. He noted that she was covered with red-brown stains on her hands, arms, face, and legs, and had injuries to her hands, face, and forearms. The jury saw the defendant's police interview. That's what we just watched. Lucy told officers that she had been drinking shots of tequila. Lucy said that she and her husband had planned to cook outside when they got into an argument over their children. Lucy told officers that she stabbed Luis after he hit her multiple times. Then they played the police interview that we just watched. Jesus Melendez, EMT, Lawrence General Hospital, dispatched to the Medina home after the 911 call, saw Lucy screaming, covered in blood. Luis was lying face down on the ground with lots of blood around him. He was breathing, but his eyes were closed and he wasn't able to talk. Luis was placed on a stretcher and taken out of the home and placed into the ambulance. In the ambulance, they were able to determine the source of the blood was a cut from the left side of his neck. Melendez described it as a puncture wound. Okay. Now we're going to switch over to Law Girls, Not Attorneys, Livestream. They're in the courtroom.
What do you do for a profession, sir?
They're in the courtroom, but they're streaming sideways. So that's not going to work for me. So what I'm going to do for you is I'm just going to put this, otherwise it's going to make all of us very dizzy. And we're going to try and use the audio only. If anybody comes in, I have it on my big second screen. I can't flip it. So we're going to use it as if we were listening to audio only. Okay. And we're just going to deal with it. This happened when they first came in the courtroom.
Is there any additional evidence to offer?
Commonwealth has no further witnesses. However, I do have a number of pages of medical records that I would see.
Okay, if it's flipped now, that's fantastic. But I'm going to play what we missed, and then we'll catch up to real time. Okay? Because I just don't want to skip to everything that we missed. So let's just start from the beginning, and then we will flip it. Okay? Refreshing, it's not going to help me because I think the original part of it was in this orientation. So I don't think what they've already recorded is going to flip. It's flipped now, but now they're on real time. So is it okay if I do it my way for now?
For the witnesses or any additional evidence to offer?
Commonwealth has no further witnesses. However, I do have a number of pages of medical records that I would see.
for the defendant, the medical records are admissible by agreement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will monitor
So this was about a half an hour ago. And I don't know what time they started, but the Commonwealth has no more witnesses. They're resting. Okay.
those, and how many are there, Attorney Burke?
So there are 5 separate packets.
So it'll be marked as the next 5 numerical units.
That will be 84 through 88, Your Honor.
I boosted it to 10, so let me know if you can hear it okay.
I don't know before, I can't come up with that.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. And with that, the Commonwealth rests.
Thank you.
And with that, the Commonwealth rests. Okay, that was earlier, about a half an hour ago.
All right, so sure, before we proceed with additional witnesses, I just have to speak with the attorneys at sidebar. So,
So they did a bit of a sidebar, and then Law Girls turned their camera off. Okay, so there was a bit of a sidebar here. And then when they pick back up, it's right about here.
okay, so members of the jury, the Commonwealth is rested. So we're now going to continue on with witnesses called by the defense. Next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense called Attorney Murat, Erkan.
I think Brennan found the mic. Can you hear that now? This is going to be the attorney for Luis Medina. Commonwealth has rested.
Come on, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Please solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat.
Oh, give him a mic.
Attorney Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and, for the record, could you spell your name?
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Murat. My first name is spelled Murat. My last name is spelled Erkan.
What do you do for a profession, sir?
I'm an attorney. I was first admitted to the bar in November of 1997. I worked for, my first job was with the Essex County DA's office. I started there in January of 1998.
Well, this is interesting because Luis Medina's attorney used to work for the Essex County DA's office. This is his attorney, the one who sent the letter to the court. If you're not familiar with the case, please, there's extensive show notes below this video. You just need to close out your chat if you're on your phone.
Finished my work for the DA's office in April of 2006. So my primary courts when I was a DA were Long Sister Court, and also eventually Superior Court here in Salem. But the building was actually not this beautiful building now. It's down the street, the firehouse-like building on the same side of the road when you're closer to sort of the rotary there. I opened my own criminal defense practice in 2006, Erkan and Associates. It's a small boutique criminal defense law firm.
Plug for the law firm.
I practice in all the courts of the Commonwealth, so the district courts, the Superior Court, like this building here, the Appeals Court, and the Supreme Judicial Court. I go all over the state, wherever I'm retained to represent somebody. I have a fair amount of practice in the federal courts as well. District of Massachusetts Federal Court, District of New Hampshire Federal Court. Occasionally I'll go to federal court in New York and other places. Yeah, that's essentially my practice, my profession.
Erkan, in addition to handling criminal matters, do you handle any other type of legal matter?
Yeah, so I do a lot of, well, I don't know if that this is directly responsive to the question. I do a lot of what are called post-conviction cases. So those are not active pending criminal cases, but cases in which a person is challenging their conviction, maybe for voluntariness reasons, maybe because of problems with a prior lawyer. But that also is sort of in the criminal arena, just not pending cases. But other than that, I would say that maybe 1 or 2% of my practice is civil matters. Like, for instance, I might, represent somebody who lost their license to drive as an Uber driver, and it helped them to appeal that. But generally, it's criminal.
Sir, do you do any other type of legal work or commentary or contribution? Do you write briefs on important issues?
Yeah, so I do view the role of an attorney as a position that really should, whenever there's an opportunity, involve bettering the community, making justice more accessible, and preserving constitutional rights and protections. So, for example, if an issue of importance comes up, like, for example, on your right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. I'll write what's called an amicus brief. So basically that's like a friend of the court brief where a party that's not, where an attorney that's not part of the actual underlying litigation will sort of help the Supreme Court to arrive at a decision by bringing to light sort of outside legal perspectives. So it's kind of a way to help the court. I'm frequently contacted by Massachusetts Lawyers Weekly to serve as a commentator. That's basically the go-to periodical for lawyers in Massachusetts. Lawyers Weekly is a national publication, but it has its own chapter in Massachusetts. And I'm frequently commented when there's been like sort of a big court decision. They'll ask me to sort of give my opinion about it or explain its legal significance.
Let me ask you, sir, are you familiar with the ethical and professional rules of responsibility that govern lawyers?
Yes, so all lawyers are required to participate in a professional responsibility class when we're first seeking admission to the bar. There are rules of conduct that govern lawyers to make sure that we are practicing in an ethical way, that we are being honest with the court, being honest with our clients, avoiding things like conflict of interest. Again, my view is that ethical practice is something that is of really paramount importance. I think that the dignity of the profession is always at stake when lawyers are exceeding the bounds of what's lawful. And as a matter of fact,
I can lead you to this case and ask you a question about this case.
Yeah, please.
In this case, were you retained, hired to represent Luis Medina?
I was.
Is there a thing that you appreciate or have to follow called attorney-client privilege?
That's correct, yes.
Could you share a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, so basically, attorney-client privilege is basically creating a safe zone around what a person can discuss with their lawyer. It is a confidence that people are.
When's the last time I swiped myself out? When's the last time I did that? Don't worry, because I stopped exactly where the testimony is. Let me know that you guys can hear it, okay? Because law girls are far away from the court, but eventually, in a couple of minutes, they're going to reorient their camera. So it's going to be horizontal again, and then we can make it bigger again. So don't worry about that. And I actually stopped it exactly when I swiped myself out because, you know, I'm always trying to do 20 things at once. But law girls are out there doing the Lord's work because they became very interested in this case. So they are in the courtroom streaming from, I don't know how far back in the gallery. It's hard to tell unless I turn my head. Hank Brennan is the defense attorney, but it's all we can do. We get what we get and we don't get upset. But right now I have to make it smaller. Otherwise it gets me a headache trying to reorient it in my head. Okay. All right, here we go. Take it back a second. This on the stand, this is the attorney for Luis Medina. This is the first witness in the defense case. The Commonwealth has already rested. Here we go.
It is a confidence that people are given, that whatever they say to their lawyer stays between them and their lawyer. And cannot be revealed by the lawyer to anybody else. It's a privilege that is held by the client himself. There are certain exceptions to the privilege, like the future crime exception, for example. So if the client says, I'm gonna go rob a bank, the lawyer has a duty to disclose that. And the other circumstance where, there are other exceptions, but the other circumstance where the privilege is overcome is if the client waives the privilege. In other words, says, what I told my lawyer, I no longer hold in confidence, and I permit my lawyer specifically to speak about some or all subjects.
In your representation of Luis Medina, did you have conversations with Mr. Medina that were privileged but are no longer?
That's true.
When you assess whether or not an attorney-client privilege statement should be disclosed because it's no longer privileged, do you have to vet it and determine whether there's any type of influence or undue influence?
Yeah, so I think as an attorney, it's important to bear in mind that we should really do no harm with what we do. We should make sure that we are representing people's actual interests as lawyers and not the outside influence or wishes or desires of other people. So one thing that I focus on when I'm representing a person who's the victim of a crime or a witness in a case is try to align myself with a good understanding of their objectives and what's kind of like motivating them to seek representation. This habit comes, I would say, from my years as a prosecutor, where there'll be circumstances, for example, where somebody is exerting influence over somebody else. The job of the prosecutor is to make sure that no outside influence is interfering with what a person desires to occur. So I spent a lot of time with my client, Mr. Medina, at first sort of getting a sense of where he was at. It was really important to me to make sure that nobody was kind of like directing him to an objective or that he was being pressured in any way. So I spent a lot of time kind of getting to know him, talking about, you know, his family and his priorities, and making sure that when I met with him, that there wasn't anybody in a position that could influence him in any way regarding what it is that he was going to do. And I ultimately found that he was mentally of sound mind. My impression was that he was motivated by a desire to ensure that there was a truthful understanding of the incident that happened and the nature of the relationship. And I felt ultimately very comfortable in representing him and advocating for him to make sure that he wasn't, to make sure that his wishes were known and that the information was conveyed.
After you satisfied yourself about the quality of the representation, did you have a conversation with Luis Medina that was once attorney-client privilege and now parts of that are outside of the because they were waived?
I mean, I would say I've had.
Okay, so this attorney, his client, the husband of Lucy Medina, Luis Medina, the victim here, has waived attorney-client privilege so that his attorney could testify on behalf of his wife, Lucy.
More than one such conversation.
Could you share with this jury the conversations you had with your client, Luis Medina, about his treatment of Lucy Medina during the marriage?
Yes. So Mr. Medina has his demons.
Mr. Medina has his demons. Objection sustained. He's given his attorney to speak on his behalf about how he beat his wife for 28 years, it seems, and how she acted in self-defense that night. I can't believe this case is a trial.
Just answer the question with respect to statements regarding the nature of their relationship.
Sure. So he confided in me that he had frequently and violently abused his wife.
I'm sorry, frequently and violently did what now? Frequently and violently did what now? Demons aren't good witnesses, right?
So he confided in me that he had frequently and violently abused his wife.
Abused. Frequently and violently abused his wife.
Did he share with you anything that precipitated or encouraged that type of abuse?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at before. He struggles with severe alcohol dependency.
Alcohol
Did
dependency.
you learn that their relationship spanned almost 20 years?
So those sort of logistical details are escaping me presently, simply because it's just been so long. But I do understand that they have a long-standing marriage and raised beautiful kids together.
Did he share with you the extent during the marriage of the abuse he inflicted on Ms. Medina?
Yeah, certainly not something he's proud of, but he expressed that it's important that it be known that he had quite frequently, especially under the influence of alcohol, physically brutalized his wife, Ms. Medina.
Not something he's proud of, but he frequently brutalized his wife, Ms. Medina. Again, why are they prosecuting this? Thank you, Scott McGinnis. You know, mostly when he was drunk. He's not proud of this. He should be in prison. But instead, Lucy Medina is on trial for maybe defending herself because she didn't want to be brutalized anymore, beaten anymore than she had been for the past 28 years. Welcome to Massachusetts. Welcome to the inside out, upside down Narnia of Salem, Massachusetts. This is Essex County, same court that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is being prosecuted in. Wow, just wow. Case dismissed. No, they'll let it go to the jury, I'm sure. Because we don't know what happened in the Commonwealth case this morning because Law Girls Not Attorneys got caught in traffic this morning. Court TV's not helping us. But Law Girls Not Attorneys are, so go give them all the love, please.
Leaving physical marks and injuries, and generally hurting and frightening her a lot.
Frightened all the time. Yep.
Sir, after Mr. Medina shared this information with you and then waived that attorney-client privilege, did you attempt to provide this information to the district attorney's office?
I did, yes. I reduced to writing sort of his recollection What he shared with me regarding the patterns of abuse, his issues with alcohol, if I recall correctly, and his sort of, I would say, recognition and acknowledgement of the devastating harm that he caused from his perspective. And after he shared that with the court, I wrote a letter, we went over it together, make sure that I was capturing exactly what he wanted me to say, and we submitted it to the court. I also sent a copy to a fellow named Patterson, who was one of the many DAs who handled this case over the years. He was the first one, I think. I emailed it to him, and if I recall correctly, he responded, thanks, or acknowledged, presented a correspondence.
Yeah, I moved to strike the main DA.
The jury disregarded the last.
This attorney sent a letter in 2021 to the ADA who was handling the case at the time with all of this information in it. And yet they still chose to prosecute this case. And here we are in 2026.
Any response received from DAs and regarding any DAs? Go to counsel.
Thank you. Did anybody from the district attorney's office contact you and ask to speak to you so you could detail the statements, confessions that your client had made with Patrick?
No,
Before this morning in the back room meeting with Burke, have you spoken to anybody from any DA's office about the information that you had available to be provided to them?
no,
Did anybody from the Lawrence Police Department ever reach out to you and ask to speak in more detail, to learn more details about the history of Luis Medina and Lucy Medina, as you could provide through that way of approach?
no.
Yeah. So the district attorney's office never reached out to him. Never reached out to him to cover it. No. No.
Was Lucy Medina ever charged with anything?
In connection with this matter? No.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
One.
As Attorney Brennan just said before this morning, you and I have never met before, right?
That's true.
We've never spoken before.
Not that I recall, I don't think I've ever had it.
We had a friendly conversation with that, right?
Yes, very much so.
All right, great. You obviously you represent Mr. Luis Medina.
That's correct, yes.
Were you appointed by the court to represent him,
No.
or you privately retained?
Correct.
Okay. So he's paying you for your services as an attorney?
Well, I don't know about paying. There's an agreement to pay, and some payments were made, but I haven't really kept track of that. I have staff in my office that deals with client-facing interaction regarding payment and things like that.
Are you getting paid to be here today?
No.
Okay. But usually when a person is privately
He said he getting paid to be here today. He said no.
privately retained by an individual, they have to pay that person for their time, that attorney for their time, right?
Right. So let me amend my response.
Okay.
I think that if I recall correctly, there was a hourly fee agreement. So basically, I get paid by the hour for the work that I do. I don't think that we've collected or sought collection of any fees from Mr. Medina in years, and I'm highly doubtful that we're going to be reaching out and seeking payment at this point. I'm just here to sort of like.
You know why he's not going to seek payment from Mr. Medina? His client who waived attorney-client privilege so that he could come in here and testify for Lucy, because this attorney who's on the stand right now is doing the right thing for Lucy. He too is a big fan of justice, and he used to work at the Essex County DA's office. And I guess he knows the shenanigans that go on there, maybe, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't know if there was a motion to dismiss made because there was no feed today until Law Girls could get in there. But it sounded like they had something at sidebar. We didn't get to hear it. I'm sure he did. Hank Brennan's no dummy. We know that. Clearly denied because the defense case is ongoing now, but we didn't get to hear it. So there you go.
shield right now.
Okay. So,
Not to say that I don't like getting paid, but I mean, I recognize the family dynamic. I recognize that this is not.
Oh, the next one.
Yes, sure.
thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so has he paid you anything for your representation?
I would say yes.
Okay, but you don't know how much.
Unfortunately, no. I'm sure that I could look it up.
All right, but you just said that it's not after, you know, this proceeding is over or any further involvement you have with Mr. Medina, you don't expect to ask for payment for him for those services?
I don't expect that.
Okay, all right. Obviously, we talked on direct examination about attorney-client privilege. It's probably one of the most important duties of an attorney, right?
Yes.
Particularly somebody who's representing somebody and connected to a criminal case, correct? Even if they're just a victim.
I mean, I would say that it's universally important protection for all clients,
Okay.
civil or criminal.
Okay. And you shared with us some information that Mr. Medina shared with you throughout your representation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long have you represented Mr. Medina?
That I don't know, but I would say probably pretty early on in this case.
So since 2020.
When I was looking through the correspondence, I saw my email there at ADA Patterson in 2021, but I don't know the date of this offense. I'm assuming that it was very close in time to when this thing happened.
To be clear, you mentioned Patterson and ADA Patterson. Is that another individual who works in my office?
I don't know if he works in your office, but I know that he is an assistant, or he was at the time an assistant district attorney who was representing the Commonwealth in this case.
And you had some conversations, or at least you forwarded some information that you were looking for him to review, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think he responded, you said that he responded, oh, sorry. Okay. Now, you had a lot more conversations with Mr. Medina in your over 5 years of representing him that you didn't testify about here today, correct?
I don't know that that's accurate.
In your 5 years of representing Mr. Medina, is it your testimony that everything that you stated on direct is everything he told you throughout all of your representation?
Not at all.
Okay, so you had other conversations with him other than what you discussed on direct examination?
Do you want me to tell you what they were?
No. Well, that's
He wants to volunteer his other conversations. If you're able to come back to your screen, Law Girls was able to fix their camera to the correct orientation, so now it won't give you a headache. And that noise you were just hearing in your earbuds, if you were hearing it, was Law Girls just adjusting her camera to this orientation. So yay! He's eager to tell them about the other conversations, but he may not have waived attorney-client privilege for that. All right, here we go.
That's my point. There are other conversations, right?
Yep.
And those conversations you're not here to testify about, right?
I mean, I'm here to answer whatever questions you folks have.
Okay. But fair to say there are other conversations that you had with Mr. Medina that were not covered on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Now, and so when you talk about waiving a privilege or waiving the privilege of confidentiality, this is just he's just partially waiving that privilege, correct?
Yes, he's waiving his privilege partially, although other aspects of our communications are included within the waiver that I've not been asked about.
And sir, obviously, when you represent a victim in a crime or a witness in a crime, as you stated, it is of course your responsibility to hear them out and to advocate their position to the prosecutor or to the defense attorney, correct?
100%.
Okay. And obviously, it sounds like you did your due diligence, and that's what you did in this case,
I
correct?
hope so.
Okay, all right. But as a defense attorney, you know that a victim's or witness's position not to testify does not dictate whether or not charges are brought or whether or not charges are pursued or whether or not a case goes to trial, correct?
In other words, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're pointing out that the district attorney's office is the one that presses charges, not private individuals.
Basically.
Yeah, 100% agree, yes.
So, and in your time as a defense attorney, I'm sure you've seen.
The prosecutor is trying to let the jury know that just because you're not going to hear from Luis Medina, the victim here, doesn't mean we can't charge her and try her for this crime. And that often happens.
Instances where maybe there's a trial or a court case where there's not a cooperative victim or witness, correct?
I have seen that occur.
Okay. But nonetheless, those cases sometimes go to a trial, correct?
Yes, sometimes those cases do go to trial.
Thanks, Gigi.
One of your things that you said that you tried to do when you were representing Mr. Medina is you wanted to make sure there was nobody in a position that could influence what he would do, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Would that be somebody like me, prosecutor?
Well, I do see you as a very influential person, so yes.
All right. And fair to say that Luis, is it your understanding that he never spoke to the police about this incident?
I don't think that that's true.
Okay. When did he speak to the police?
I think that when he was, when this first happened, I think that there was some initial conversation with the police, if I recall correctly, or maybe it might have been EMTs. I'm not confident.
Okay. Conversation with an EMT is different than a conversation.
Sure. First responder, but yes, I understand.
So you don't know if he ever had a conversation.
I don't know, unfortunately.
Can you tell us? Can you describe for us how Mr. Medina speaks?
Yeah, he is deliberate in his speech. He makes very good eye contact when we talk, and he's very, I would say, engaged and thoughtful when we speak.
But does he sometimes have difficult formulating his thoughts or forming sentences, or is that not true?
I wouldn't say it's difficult to formulate his thoughts. I think he can very clearly formulate his thoughts. Expressing his thoughts requires more effort, mechanically, I would say.
In expressing his thoughts, what you mean by expressing his thoughts would be talking to you about what his thoughts are, right?
Speaking, yes, he has difficulty
Right.
speaking.
So he does have difficulty speaking.
Yes, but not formulating his thoughts.
Okay. What's the difference between speaking and formulating a thought?
Well, a person can perform thinking functions and form ideas without expressing them in a natural or easy cadence.
How do you know what his thought process is?
Because he explains them to me.
He explains his internal thought process to you?
That's yes.
Okay.
Well, he explains his thoughts to me. Yes.
Okay. But again, in order to explain his thoughts to you, he has to verbalize them, right?
Correct.
And you told us that he has difficulty verbalizing his thoughts.
It takes time. It takes time and patience, I would say, but we spend as much time as we need to together to make sure that he's able to communicate with me in a productive way.
Of course.
Is he trying to say,
you
is the
talk-
prosecutor trying to say that because of the stabbing to the neck, that Luis Medina now has difficulty speaking because his injuries were so bad? Is he trying to slide that in there so the jury will convict her anyway? This is a stupid line of questioning. I agree. What's the difference between formulating your thoughts and speaking? He really just asked that question? Hey, taxpayers of Essex County, this is what you're paying for. The ADA whatever the hell his name is, because his name is escaping me right now. This is what you're paying for. Women being persecuted after being beaten for 28 years for assaulting their abuser. Okay.
About a letter that was written, correct?
Correct.
Who wrote the letter?
I did.
Okay. So, for you to write the letter, that would require Mr. Medina to dictate his thoughts and his feelings, correct?
Correct.
And so, based on your testimony, sounds like it might have been difficult to memorialize his thoughts and his feelings due to his difficulty expressing himself verbally.
No.
Writing that letter was easy?
You asked me if it was difficult,
Okay.
and the answer is no.
So it was not easy, not difficult, somewhere in the middle?
It was not difficult, was my testimony.
Okay. Was it easy?
Easy in the sense that it was effective. We were able to accomplish what he said to accomplish, which was to relate facts and information and express his positions as to his wife being the victim of the relationship.
Before submitting that letter to anyone, did you ask Mr. Medina to proofread it?
So I ensured, beyond any possible doubt, that the words in that letter were what he wanted to express. And so, in terms of whether or not, it really depends on the the person where they are. So I don't know if that would have been, I don't recall if that would have been by letting me read it. I like to, my preference is to read it to them, sort of piece by piece, and make sure that I'm communicating with them what to say.
All right, let me try it again. In this instance, not normally or what you try to do, did you give the letter to Mr. Medina to proofread it to make sure the information was accurate before it was submitted to anyone?
I don't recall.
And so you don't recall whether Mr. Medina read that letter that you wrote in order to determine whether the word in the letter were accurate, correct?
I recall and know that the letter was reviewed with Mr. Medina to ensure that it was accurate, without any question.
When you were reviewing this, so did you read to him line by line everything in the letter to make sure he adopted every statement?
My practice would be,
His name is ADA Patrick Burke. And dude, you're never going to trip up another lawyer on the stand. You're just not going to do it. He wants to make the jury think that this lawyer just made all this stuff up on his own because Mr. Medina didn't read every single line of it. But remember, this was in 2021, more than a year after the alleged assault, that he wrote this letter. Lucy wasn't indicted until about a year after the assault.
so I guess my
Respectfully,
question
I'm not asking for your practice. Do you remember in this specific instance, did you do that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you practice, I know you went through a little bit of your background, but do you practice primarily in Essex County or do you go to other counties?
I go other counties, other states.
How often do you do cases in Essex County?
So I would say like maybe 25% of my cases are in Essex County currently.
What does that matter?
How often are you in this courthouse?
At least once or twice a month.
Have you ever met Mr. Medina before you began representing him?
Have I met him? I guess anything is possible, but I don't have any memory of having met him before.
Okay, you're trying to be careful, but you
Right.
don't have a specific memory.
Absolutely not.
I appreciate
And
that.
the same way that I could have met you before, but just not remembering.
Of course. But as far as you remember, the first time you met Luis was when you began representing him.
That's correct.
If you remember, again, I know it's years ago, but do you remember sort of where you were when you first physically met him?
I think in my office.
Okay. Did he come into your office and meet with you?
So let me say that again. I don't know if it was in person or via Zoom during that time period, actually.
So your first meeting might have been via Zoom.
Correct.
I think this was probably during.
Right.
October, right?
As I think about it, yeah, that sounds right.
All
Yeah.
right. And so, fair to say you've had multiple meetings with him throughout your 7 years of representing him?
Yes.
All right. So you didn't know, as far as you remember, you didn't know him prior to July of 2020, right?
That's true.
So you don't know what his speech pattern is like before July of 2020, correct?
I don't,
Okay.
other than what I've been told.
All right. Have you ever met Lucy Medina?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay.
I mean, other than seeing her, I think, today and perhaps in another proceeding in the past.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing else.
Peter?
Looks like a sidebar. See if we can, we're a little bit behind real time, so we'll see if we can fast forward a little bit.
You bet, yes.
Yeah.
You bet, yes.
So Erkan, what is your confidence level of certainty as to the specificity of your client's confessions or admissions that you shared with the jury today?
As to the specificity, we didn't discuss particular incidents.
The question rather should have been, what do you have offered the jury as your client's confessions or admissions of what you did to Ms. Medina? How certain are you that your statements on his behalf are accurate?
As certain as I can possibly be, 100%.
You were asked by the prosecutor if there were other things in your letter that I didn't ask you about. Remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Before you testified, were you aware of a court order about things that you could and couldn't talk about?
Yes,
The things that you were not asked about by me, is your understanding that you weren't allowed to talk about them because of the court order?
correct.
Were you willing to speak about that?
That was within the waiver of privilege, yes.
And my effort not to ask you those questions, you understand that because the court ordered that?
That's correct, yes. I was made aware of this order.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, yes.
So, jurors, as you learn through this trial, there are certain issues that I have to address and certain evidence that I think that should go to you that are appropriate under our rules of evidence. So what you just heard was that there was certain information that I deemed it was not appropriate for you to consider that was contained in the letter you heard about, and that's why the testimony was limited to what you heard from here. All right. Next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Dr. Zeizel.
Okay, Dr. Zeizel is here. He was sitting right in the gallery. Hi, Law Girl says, was that a good witness for Lucy? Why did Hank call him? Yes, I think it was a very good witness for Lucy because This attorney says that Luis Medina told him he waived attorney-client privilege specifically for this purpose, that he frequently and violently and brutally abused his wife for a very long time. Luis has his demons, he said. He also had an alcohol problem. And so I think that is very relevant and a good witness for the defense. Here comes Dr. Zeizel. This is going to be the defense expert. Dr. Zeizel is also going to testify for Kelsey Fitzsimmons and Lindsay Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is caused down here shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much. You have a seat.
Whenever you're ready, Attorney Burke.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello, Attorney Brennan.
Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Paul Zeizel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
Could you share with the jury some of your training, education, and background, please?
Yes. I have a bachelor's from Queens College in New York. I have a master's degree from Harvard University. I have a doctorate from William James College. I'm licensed in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as a HSP status health service provider, the highest level of credentialing in Massachusetts. I've been licensed since 1989. At one point, I was provisionally licensed in the state of Arkansas. I currently work as a clinical forensic psychologist. I have a small private practice seeing people who deal with issues of parenting, anxiety, work issues, depression, and I also work as a forensic psychologist, which is the largest part of my practice. And I do cases that deal with what I call criminal responsibility, but in plain English, it's working on a case where the finding may be a not guilty by reason of insanity. And those include murder cases, they include violent crimes, they include crimes such as attempted murder while sleepwalking, unusual types of disorders like Capgras syndrome, which is a mental illness where someone thinks someone else has an
Okay, Doctor, why don't we wait the next part?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Of course.
You were describing two different types of practice, forensic and clinical.
Yes.
And as far as forensic is concerned, what does that actually mean?
So a forensic psychologist works on cases where there's actually an integration of mental health and therefore psychology with the law. So it brings up all the issues that may fall in that bailiwick, which is to say, when someone's involved with legal issues, does mental illness play a role?
Does the fact you have an active clinical practice help you in your experience and judgment working on forensic cases?
Yes.
And can you share with us how?
It's the normalization of working with people who are everyday people like most of us, dealing with the vicissitudes of life, how they struggle, how they manage, how they cope, how they deal with issues of conflict in relationships, and how they may learn how to get better at things like being married, parenting, working in a company, impulse control training, things that help us get through life in a good way.
I'd like you to take us back a little bit earlier in your career and share with us some of the important events of your learning in your career.
I was a psychologist for the Department of State, and I was in Afghanistan from November of 2007 to February of 2011, approximately 38 months, as a psychologist working for the State Department as a vendor, a federal vendor, but embedded in the field. So I'd be on bases generally in Kabul, but all over the country, and my job there was to deal with issues of trauma issues of fitness for duty. So if there would be something known as a TIC, which the TI stands for TIC, Troops in Combat, I'd get on a helicopter, I'd fly to wherever that place was, often in very remote places, and meet with all the soldiers and people involved in that event, whether they were hurt, whether they killed other people, whether colleagues of theirs were killed. And because of this, the small number of mental health professionals, particularly highly trained psychologists in Afghanistan, I would often be loaned to ISAF forces. ISAF stands for Internet. Thank you, Your Honor. International Security Assistance Forces, basically being loaned to the other countries involved, from Germany to Singapore to Australia, New Zealand, et cetera, 36 countries. And that job enabled me to first assess the individuals who are involved, teach them about what happens in the chaos of combat, teach them about what we call acute PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, and chronic PTSD, and to give them a roadmap for them to get help. And in extreme cases, work on getting them evacuated to places like Landstuhl, Germany, for Americans and other international forces, where they would get more psychiatric help, as well as doing fitness for duty evaluations to see if people were healthy enough and safe enough to continue their mission and not hurt themselves or other people.
You remind me again, how many months you spent in that game?
38 months. I'd come back, of course, on leave every 100 days or so. I also, along those lines, spent time in Cambodia on 2 separate smaller trips in 2004, 2005, where I worked with the U.S. Embassy in Phnom Penh and dealing with children who were sold into commercial sex trade, essentially sold into brothels in Phnom Penh by their poor families, and engaged in the most horrific sexual acts that one can imagine. And as a result, I would do diagnosis and treatment, protocol, prognosis without treatment, consult with psychopharmacologists at Mass General about what would be appropriate, if any, medication to provide for these children who range from 4 to 14 or 15 years of age, and train the staff on what to do in making therapeutic inroads for these victims of sexual abuse. And because many of the brothels, at least. Yes, Ron, thank you.
Doctor, I'd like you to continue to describe how your experience with these victims in Cambodia helps your assessment and practice correctly in front of you.
So, being overseas and being exposed to people who've had the most horrific experiences educated me about the human condition. It educated me as a psychologist about what to expect, what happens to people, what happens to normal people, how they change, how they are no longer normal, and how they end up doing things that we find as reasonable people hard to imagine because of the subjugation that they will often put themselves through, even though a rational person would say, you should escape, you should avoid, you should leave. And that's the takeaway. That's a big takeaway for most people in that type of position, just trying to make sense of why people do things they do and stay with them when they're forced to do the most horrific things.
When you dealt with victims in Cambodia, are there certain symptoms, conditions that are regular or consistent that you see?
Yes, we often find victims of horrible abuse or trauma that could be not man-made, but could be a natural disaster. They do differ in the outcome, but the presentation generally is the same. These are people who have problems with mood. They have what we call disassociative responses. They look off in the distance, even though you're having a conversation with them, they don't feel like they're all there. Their brain and mind wanders off. They have startled responses. touch someone on the shoulder, who's not aware that you're behind them, and they actually jump up and they are shocked. The heart's beating fast. It's an exaggerated response. They are guarded. They minimize. They sometimes have depersonalization. They feel themselves out of their body. They cannot account for time, and they usually try and lead the most simple, non-confrontational lives where they avoid what they would conceptualize as stress. So you have a very normal.
I think he's describing to the jury exactly what they saw in Lucy Medina's police interview. Let me know if you think that. Disassociating, minimizing, etc. Perhaps they'll have a better understanding about her demeanor during that police interrogation.
Happy person going through trauma, and look, they're different. They change. Their hardwiring has changed. They have hypervigilance. They have a lot of avoidance behavior. They have a lot of anticipatory anxiety. Their resting level of anxiety is often so high that it's similar to what people feel when they're totally anxious or just really feeling worried. And these people have often what we call low expectancy. Expectancy is what psychologists say when we think about a future, what we want to do in our lives. They're always in the moment because they're just managing just to get through the trauma that they had endured.
Could you share with us some of your observations and study of victims of trafficking in Cambodia? Very briefly, I just want to go back to the experiences you had in Afghanistan. Were you dealing with civilians and soldiers in Afghanistan?
Both.
Would you dealt with soldiers or civilians in Afghanistan that had suffered trauma, different type of trauma than the victims that you dealt with in Cambodia? Were the types of symptoms or consequences similar or different?
They're different, actually.
Could you share with us briefly how it was with the soldiers
Yes.
and civilians that you helped in Afghanistan?
So the main difference is with soldiers, there's often a sense of esprit de corps with your colleagues. The other thing is that you've been trained. Soldiers are exquisitely trained in dealing with, let's say, firearm safety, dealing with first aid, dealing with mental health. Often mental health soldiers are embedded in units and in groups. And I myself went on many patrols for that experience and to be able to help out. Now, soldiers who get injured physically, they view the world slightly differently because they know they'll be well taken care of. They know they're going home. They know they'll be provided for. They know there's love and their families. And although we feel grief about the loss of a limb, of course, and traumatic brain injuries and head injuries and that sort of, and all the things that happen in horrible war zones and areas of conflict, there's a sense of camaraderie. They have support. They get encouragement. They get things to help them heal and get back as much as they can to baseline. And it's a thing of beauty from a psychological and emotional level to see someone really do well and be able to walk again with a prosthetic limb. So the physical injuries are indeed very different than the psychological ones. And the psychological ones, it's the hidden injury. You don't see it. You can't tell if someone has that. But they suffer greatly. And there's a body of research that say these people suffer far more than the people of true physical injuries like an amputation.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with us briefly about your background before we delve into this case?
I'm a psychologist at the DEA. I do debriefings. The DEA is one of the agencies of the government that you have undercover agents. It's a difficult mindset. Imagine having to lie professionally all the time and do drug deals. It impacts your ability to function in healthy relationships. So we do training of agents, and inclusive of that, of course, are debriefings when things go poorly. Someone gets hurt, someone gets shot. I do de-escalation training for police departments, teach them how to deal with a mentally ill person, how to deal with people who are violent. I also see individual police officers in different departments who are just going through their own personal trauma because of the fact they've been exposed to trauma. being exposed to trauma doesn't mean they get hurt, but they may have to deal with a child who was killed or tragically hurt. Trauma, we know, is like something that fills up a box, and when that box is filled, it overflows and it affects your ability to get through the day. I do those kind of things. And I teach at the Board of Pharmacies on occasion of things like dangerousness, prediction of dangerousness, and things like bad women syndrome cases.
Have you had experience in cases of battered women syndrome?
Yes,
Do you remember how many times you've been involved or tried to help? in
I don't know exactly how many times, but probably, give or take, 100+ cases, I'd say.
I'm going to ask you more details about that later on in your examination. At this point, I'd like to turn towards your involvement in this specific case. In this case, were you retained?
Yes,
That means you are hired?
yes,
Were you paid?
yes,
If you worked a number of hours in this case,
yes.
did you charge a full normal price in this case?
Not yet.
And in this case, were you given materials to look at and consider?
Yes,
Do you recall if you received any photographs from a scene at a house?
yes,
Did you receive photographs of Ms. Medina?
yes,
Did you receive other photographs that were taken by the police department?
yes,
In fact, did you receive all photographs that were available to the defense team?
yes,
Do you have an opportunity to review a audio video interview of police officers in Ms. Medina?
yes.
Did you,
Multiple times, actually.
you watched that multiple times?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to look at medical records?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to read letters from coworkers, a cousin, and other people who knew Lucy for a period of years?
yes. I believe there are 23 letters in total.
Wow.
Did you have a chance to read a letter from Lucy Medina?
Yes,
Because you were office.
yes,
Did you have a chance to speak to any of the witnesses?
yes.
You actually got on the phone and spoke to them.
I believe we did Zoom meetings. Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to read a letter from attorney Murat Erkan?
yes,
Did you have a chance to look at police reports and transcripts?
yes,
At any point, did you have a chance to speak to Lucy Medina?
yes.
The conversations that you had with Lucy Medina, did they span over a short period or a long period of time?
A long period of time.
I'd like you to share with the jury the effort of when we first began attempting to speak to Ms. Medina at the present and explain to us the import of the development of that relationship.
Of course. I was retained by Attorney Brennan's office in the early winter of 2024. I made efforts to reach out to Lucy Medina, who's here obviously today, to set up an appointment with her so I can do an evaluation to see if I can be of any help at all for her case going forward. And set multiple cases up afterwards. She was, what I would say is remarkably reluctant to meet with me. Absolutely refused to meet with me in person. Refused to come to my office or allow me to a place of safety at her home or nearby. She did not.
Wow. Wow. Even though Dr. Zeizel, who you may remember also testified in the Harry Turk trial, Kevin Reddington uses him a lot. Yes, he's going to be on Kelsey's case, and he's also on Lindsay Clancy's case. Lucy Medina, the defendant in this case, would not meet with Dr. Zeizel. He reviewed everything else. He reviewed her police interview. He watched it several times, he said. He reviewed all the photos that were taken of her body. He reviewed letters, 23 letters from Lucy's family and friends and coworkers. But Lucy would not meet with him, even though he was retained in the early winter of 2024. She's still afraid. I wonder if he ever met with her at all. Can you guys hear okay? Tell everyone that this is happening, because a lot of people don't know this is happening, or they're just way interested in the Corey Richards trial. That's a possibility too.
not want to do a Zoom appointment at her home or nearby to meet with me in person, and set multiple cases up afterwards. She was, what I would say is remarkably reluctant to meet with me, absolutely refused to meet with me in person, refused to come to my office or allow me to a place of safety at her home or nearby. She did not want to do a Zoom appointment. She refused to let me see her face. We eventually, through the efforts of Attorney Brennan, were able to politely and respectfully cajole her to meet with me while she was in her car, and it was dark out. So we had a phone conversation, although on FaceTime, I really didn't see her. That was a number of times, and with the passage of time, we then spoke via text to set up another meeting as the trial was drawing near, and I again had the help and support with Attorney Brennan and Attorney Baxter, who's also here today, to see if we can help me get more information from Lucy Medina, which she was willing to help with. It was not easy, very reluctant, number of false starts, cancellations. Cancellations occur all the time, but for other reasons. She didn't want to speak with me. And eventually we did go through a time where we had some synergistic, if you will, success, meeting more frequently, less periods of time, always with the option for Lucy to say, I need to leave, I need to end. And there were a number of those meetings where the expectation and hope I had was we'd meet as long as we possibly can, maybe an hour or 45 minutes, but they would end in a few minutes and we'd try again. And that was the nature of my involvement with Lucy Medina. False starts, nominal success, and eventually enough meetings to sort of cover all the information that I felt from a clinical point of view would be pertinent and enough to move forward. It was a dreadful experience for her.
Sustain as that you'll disregard his statement about dreadful experience for her. Okay.
Let me ask you, Dr. Zeizel, what were your impressions of Ms. Medina's great reluctance, not simply to meet you, but to actually be seeing her face, having her face? What were your impressions?
My impression was, this is a woman who has suffered greatly. People who have horrible trauma, man-made trauma, if you will, not natural disasters, don't want to be seen. They don't want to engage. They're afraid. And that fear is present very often. And as a man, it's more difficult for a woman who, based on research and my own clinical experience, to engage with a man to go through such personal, painful, troublesome things that they may have experienced. People who have horrible PTSD box it up, they put it in the back of their minds. Many of the people in this courtroom know what I'm talking about because many people go through that themselves, but do function on a more daily basis, and on occasion these things leak out or come out when there's another event that mimics or reminds one of what the trauma was like. There are so many other variables that take place, but when you do clinical interviews, you go slowly, you take time, you demonstrate respect. You have to be where the patient is at to make it more meaningful. And it's the polite and humanistic thing to do as well.
Dr. Zeizel, you mentioned there were a number of conversations or interviews you had with Ms. Medina that ended abruptly.
Yes.
Did they end in a smooth transition, or were they more dramatic?
Very dramatic. It would be, I can't do this quote unquote, verbatim quote, I can't do this. I can't do this now. I can't do this. I don't want to do this. Okay, then we stop. And then I'd reach out and it's up another time. Or, I don't even want to live that. That's a direct quote. I wish I could kill myself. I don't want to do this. So when someone speaks of self-harm, there are legal and ethical caveats that psychologists are required to adhere to. 1, if you know a patient's involved in child abuse. 2, elder abuse. 3, child pornography. 4, harm towards others. And 5, self-harm. So you have to say, maybe we need to go to the hospital. And the consequence of that comment was this: I'm a devout Catholic. I would never kill myself. I then asked, if you weren't Catholic, would that make a difference? Yes, I would kill myself.
Wow. I mean, he's telling us everything. He's telling us that during his forensic interviews with Lucy Medina, during which she would never show her face on camera, he couldn't get her to meet in person. They would FaceTime, but he wouldn't, she wouldn't have the camera on her by her face. And doctors are mandated reporters. If the patient tells him or her that they are going to harm themselves or others. And Lucy said that she wanted to kill herself, but because she was Catholic, she wouldn't. And I think he probed a little bit further. And so he didn't feel like she was in danger of doing it. This is so tragic.
Being a share in the absence of morally being able to control herself, other things that she wished for to reach that result.
Yes. There's a term that we know as psychologists called passive suicide. You don't want to actively kill yourself, but you don't mind if you're walking across the street, not paying attention. Having someone run you over, getting cancer. Lucy Medina told me she would pray that God would take her, that she would pray she got cancer. She was so disappointed that when a friend of hers at the church she attended was diagnosed with cancer, that it wasn't her. She felt that was an unfair outcome for her. Why does this poor person get cancer? Why can't it be me? She's told me that on multiple occasions.
Dr. Zeizel, I want to turn toward the purpose of the evaluations that you generally just discussed. And the purpose of evaluating Ms. Medina, what were you attempting to determine and evaluate?
So on these types of evaluations, and keep in mind that I did my first evaluation in December of 2024. This event, I believe, took place July 17th, 2020. So 4.5 years later. And when you do these evaluations as a forensic psychologist, one of the things that you need to do in an odd kind of way is become a time traveler, to go back in time to days, weeks, months leading up to that particular event, which brings everyone together today in this courtroom. The purpose for me was to see what her psychological state was as best I could, to see how she was feeling, what she was thinking, what her intentions were, and how she was managing, again, getting through everyday life. And then to render an opinion, if I could, from a diagnostic point of view, about what she may have been suffering with or diagnosed with at that time. And if possible and if necessary, render an opinion whether she was responsible for anything that took place on that day. And that last part does not involve me being here today.
Are there certain teaching standards, rules, protocol that professional in your field of your experience would follow? Is there a DSM?
Yes.
Can you explain sort of what that is?
Yes. The DSM stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's an updated manual that helps us with diagnostic nomenclature. We are now up to the DSM-5-TR, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, 5th edition, text revision. It's about 1,050 pages long, and it covers all diagnoses that exist from what we know today, from caffeine addiction to schizophrenia, from PTSD to anxiety disorders. It covers many disorders.
Those manual and protocol, are they required as a professional to follow, or can you just make up ideas on your own?
You cannot make up ideas on your own. You have to follow the protocol. It's a multi-axial classification. In plain English, it's, does this person have 5 of the following symptoms? And if they do, that they meet the diagnosis. So you can have someone with the same disorder, but different from the person who also has that disorder because they don't have the same 5 of those symptoms.
Before I ask you some specific information about Ms. Medina, her life, her progress leading to this event today, I want to ask you to explain to us what is a battered woman.
So a battered woman, it's not a psychiatric diagnosis, it's a legal construct. Battered woman is an individual who's gone through a constellation of different types of experiences with a partner, man or woman, over a period of time that has resulted in significant psychological harm and damage and physical damage. A battered woman, generally speaking, is not a person who's been assaulted once. It's chronic, enduring, ongoing mistreatment over multiple domains. In other words, it could be verbal, emotional, behavioral, physical, and sexual. Also, there's implicit threats that go with battering, which is to say, if you leave me, I will take our children. If you leave me, I will kill you. And that's not for everyone. Doesn't always occur across the board because everyone's different. The human condition enables us to view the world differently based on our culture, developmental experiences, view of the world, etc. But in general,
He just gave a great explanation of what I'm going to call it battered partner syndrome, because men are abused too. Battered partner, they used to call it battered women syndrome or battered spouse syndrome, but it's battered partner syndrome and the dynamics of it and the threats. You want to hear it again? Because many of you may not have been paying attention. So this is one of the most important parts of this case, is an explanation of the syndrome under the DSM, I think is what he's saying.
a battered woman, generally speaking, is not a person who's been assaulted once. It's chronic, enduring, ongoing mistreatment over multiple domains. In other words, it could be verbal, emotional, behavioral, physical, and sexual. Also, there's implicit threats that go with battering, which is to say, if you leave me, I will take our children. If you leave me, I will kill you. And that's not for everyone. Doesn't always occur across the board because everyone's different. The human condition enables us to view the world differently based on our culture, developmental experiences, view of the world, etc. But in general, a battered woman is a woman who has endured, obviously, horrible experiences, physical, as I said, multiple symptoms. That's essentially the diagnosis. Not a DSM-5 diagnosis, but it does comport to other diagnoses in the manual.
In order to diagnose Lucy Medina and to put in perspective or context the night we hear about, did you have to go back and learn about her earlier life?
Yes.
I want you to take us back. Take us back to when Lucy was younger, before she met Luis Medina. What did you learn?
What I learned from both Lucy Medina as well as the three witnesses who spoke here today, who know her quite well, that she was, easiest way to say this, really nice, normal woman. She grew up happy, engaged, optimistic, and really hardworking. This is a woman, as I know, had great goals for herself. She was a very loving mother. She had a son who's 34 prior to meeting her husband, and she and her husband have a daughter who's 21, I believe. I learned that she was bright. Everyone liked her, was what I was told. She actually is a very likable person, and she didn't get in trouble. She was a good kid. She's of Dominican background, so strong family connection. She reached out to people. She'd go back to Dominican Republic and spend time with relatives. She was hard-charging, but always lovable and likable, according to her friends.
In addition to attempting to learn about Lucy's background, was it important in the diagnosis and assessment of this incident to learn about Luis Medina before
Yes,
he met Lucy?
yes.
And in your assessment, what was important that you learned?
What was important that I learned was how does someone end up in such a difficult situation? I mean, that's a sort of $64,000 question for all of us. How to get in a place like this, whatever it might be. Relationships, jobs, you know, find a type of car that doesn't work out or something like that. As silly as that. What I learned is that Lucy Medina was a very trusting person and very naive. She meets a man, Luis Medina, who I also learned, roughly her age, a couple of years older, bright, hardworking, and the word that kept coming back was charming. He was very charming that way. And when psychologists hear the word charming, we think of the word grooming. We hear someone who's like working to make someone like them, working to get someone to want to be with them, being, if you will, almost like a honeymoon, trying to win them over, to get them to like them, and to get them to want to be with them. And that's indeed, and in healthy ways, that's what we all do, right? We want to have someone who we're dating, who we fall in love with. We want them to love us too. And we want to do that with friends. And so it's not abnormal and it's not pathological. It only becomes pathological if there are other variables and factors involved. So Lucy Medina falls in love.
You know who else was charming? Ted Bundy, the Alexander brothers, Doug Benefield. Tell me who else was charming. Not that all charming people are abusive, but it seems to be a common trait. Before they isolate you, triangulate you, get you away from your friends and family. He's telling us everything. If you're not aware of the dynamic, pay attention. Learn. Watch and learn. Scott Peterson, Drew Peterson, all the Petersons. Michael Peterson. Was he the one, the staircase guy? They're all charming until they're not, says KBD. Charles Manson. All the Petersons. Alec Murdoch, right? Remember Alec Murdoch could work a room, couldn't he?
With Luis Medina, and she falls hard. She is deeply in love with him. And she gets to know his family, they spend time together, and they marry. And they've been together for, I think, 28 years at this point.
I can interject before we start moving forward. Before that union happens, before they start dating, you learn whether Lucy Medina has any propensity for violence whatsoever.
Yes,
Which you learn.
she does not.
How about Luis Medina?
I did learn about Luis.
Lucy Medina had no propensity for violence at all. Let's hear what he says about Luis.
Medina's propensity towards violence.
Before Lucy Medina.
Yes.
For violence whatsoever.
Yes,
Which you learn.
she does not.
How about Luis Medina?
I did learn about Luis Medina's propensity towards violence.
Before Lucy Medina.
Yes. And he was a very violent man. There was a woman who he was dating that Lucy Medina was unaware of. He dated this woman for multiple years. and he was violent with her. I learned he would beat her up on the street, in the street, not on the sidewalk, but in the middle of the road.
Wow. Luis Medina beat his prior girlfriend of many years right out on the road. Didn't even try and hide it, right out in the open.
Abuse often takes place in dark corners. That wasn't the case with Luis Medina. He beat people up in public.
And I saw you there.
In public.
So now we have the union, the dating relationship between Luis and Lucy Medina. And was it important to you to consider and analyze that period of their lives, the beginning of their relationship?
Yes,
Was that very beginning of the relationship, within the first 5 months, was it marked with violence?
yes.
Can you share with us what you learned about that early stage before they were married?
The early stage before they were married started out in a healthy way. Psychologists will say linear, sequential, detail-oriented. You're moving down the road, you're going to do well. Ideally, that happens for all of us. At 5 months, Lucy Medina begins to be beaten up by Luis Medina in his home, with his family there. He also beats up his mother.
Okay. I had to pause. He was beating Lucy 5 months after he started dating her in his own house with his family there. And he also beat his mother. That's what he just said. Oh my God.
By Luis Medina. Lucy Medina begins to be beaten up by Luis Medina in his home, with his family there. He also beats up his mother, and he gets engaged in verbal abuse, if you will, with his sister and other family members.
Did Ms. Medina share with you the details of that first time, and was that important to your diagnosis?
Yes,
Would you mind softly sharing some of the details
of course. Lucy Medina, even now, diagnostically, she's a youthful, naive person. Most of us who are not naive, we learn by life's experiences. Lucy Medina wondered what she did to cause such harm to herself. She felt, as she showed me, she must have done something wrong, because why would she be beaten up? And that template of self-blame and doubt has stayed with her for 28 years, always wondering why she did something to deserve the outcome. When in fact, it appears to anyone who I've spoken to and what I've read, she never did anything. She was always trying to be polite. The women who I spoke to described this to me. She was always walking on eggshells. She was always walking on thin ice. She was always trying to win him over, always trying to do the right thing. That's what I learned.
That early stage of the relationship at his mother's house, after she was beaten, did she express any anger for it, or was it confusion?
It was confusion. She was literally and figuratively blindsided. She didn't know what was going on. She couldn't make sense of it. She was very confused. Did not understand what's happening. Why is this? I don't know what I'm doing. Why is this happening to me?
Why would embarrassment be a stronger psychological feature of being beaten as opposed to anger or a desire to retaliate?
So when we get beaten, we can have a number of responses. Sometimes they're incompatible responses, and sometimes they shift and go back and forth. Embarrassment is a very significant variable from a psychological point of view because it evokes shame. And when you have shame, you also hide. When you have shame, you avoid. When you have shame, you don't tell people. You don't share that. You are in denial, or maybe not denial, but you pretend it's not as bad as it is. It's an issue that ends up having people who never say anything and they have the false veneer of happiness, sometimes required by their partners, and sometimes by their own selves, seeking more happiness. Only if they work a little bit harder, cooking a better meal, making a better batch of orange juice from squeezing oranges, that person will finally be happy and never bother them again.
One last question before we move on about that first physical beating at Luis's mother's house. Do you recall Lucy sharing with you that she didn't leave the room for days because the damage was so great?
Yes.
She didn't leave the room for days because the damage was so great. The first time he beat her in his mother's house, and apparently he also beat his mother. Charlie pointing in from down under that the Massachusetts DA's office is shameful. Thank you. Many of you think he should be on trial and not her. I'm guessing, based on the dynamic of this relationship, she doesn't want to press charges against him. And I would not be surprised if they are still together, because that is how strong and powerful and horrific this dynamic is. Thanks, Gifty. Gifty. Thanks, Gigi, for gifting 5 memberships. Charlie also said, whoever decided to take this to trial needs their arse kicked in. Thank you. I'm taking a break from this for a second to read the super chats, because we hear this so much about this trauma bonding, right? And the walking on eggshells and the what did I do to deserve this? Maybe if I behaved this way, it wouldn't happen. And then there's the cycle of abuse, right? Super charming, super charming, super charming. And then the beating, and then the apology, and then the super charming, super charming, super charming, super charming, and then the beating. And people in these types of relationships love the highs, and they get through the lows because they want to get back to the highs. It's an addiction in a sense. I'm not explaining it as well as Dr. Zeizel would. Thank you, Suppo from Canada, for thanking me with your super chat. Cher says, as a civilian and military medical professional, it is not uncommon for a victim to blame themselves or feel guilt. She's clearly not in her right mind. I hope they conducted a follow-up interview. Yes, I think that he's going to say that he did speak to her more than once. Oh, no, the police, I don't think that they did a follow-up interview. Thanks, Shelby, for your super sticker. Dave Matthews' neighbor was here earlier. He had to duck out because this was triggering for him. But he said, did I hear Alan Jackson will be appearing tomorrow for Karen Reed's trial at 9 a.m. It's not a trial. Don't get the chat confused. It is a motions hearing. And I hear that, yes, he is going to be. We will cover that tomorrow. Octo said, my 2 cents, Hank could be the best lawyer in the world, but the slimy, deceitful way he prosecuted Karen Reed has forever destroyed his reputation, in my estimation. Thank you for your 10 and for your thoughts. You have some people in chat who agree with you. Thank you, Caliera, for pointing this case out to me. And I guess us talking about it got the law girls, not attorneys, interested in it, because they went to the courtroom today to stream it so that we could watch it. So thank you, Sierra, for not only being here for 11 months, but for pointing this out to us. Nay wanted to know if other states take this long to get to trial. Yes, unfortunately, some of them do. I don't know the answer to this, Fiona, because I don't know if anybody's testified about his injuries that we got to see, whether there was only one stab or not. But I think so. But I can't give you 100% accuracy because we didn't see any testimony with regard to that. And thanks, Fiona, for tuning in from Australia and for your super chat. Fiona said, I heard he stabbed himself. They were arguing about their kids. That's what he told the police, the EMTs, and or is treating physicians, medical providers in the hospital. He said he did it to himself. You're correct about that. Thanks, Crazy Cat Lady, for gifting a membership. Elf for gifting a membership. At 4 Dread, thanks for your 10, says, so sad nobody outside you, Miss Sylvia, Cat, Nick Starro rallied for Edric Faust. I hope we don't forget about helping him get justice. I'm not forgetting. Also, another Georgia cold case was solved yesterday thanks to the Baker-Coleman Act. Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that. Thanks for pointing that out and for your 10. And thank you, Nicole, for your compliment. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your compliment. Jazia says, love you with all of my heart. Me too. Thanks for being here for 19 months. Nicole says, thanks for bringing this case to our attention. Thanks for being here for 13 months. But I mean, see, there's 2,350 people here today in the chat, which is a very small audience. Because I don't know, maybe enough people aren't interested in this. A lot of people are really like invested in Corey Richins, so I hope people at least watch it on the replay. And if you're watching it on the replay, please hype it. This is something the Commonwealth does not want any of you to see. Thanks, Holly, for becoming a member. Kat Q says, is thanking me for my strength. Thank you so much. How about Lucy Medina sitting there? You can see her right now, her back. She's got the camel coat on the back of her chair. Thank you very much. Let's get back to Dr. Zeizel.
Yes, I did.
Why would somebody's psychology be too embarrassed to show their face rather than to get help or to fix it or get away?
Many of us take pride in our decisions throughout life with all sorts of things. Picking a partner is one of those things. Lucy took pride in thinking that she could be happy with Luis Medina. He beat her up so severely, as I was told, on multiple occasions. She would leave the home, go to a hotel for 1 week. She wouldn't go to the hospital. She'd go to a hotel and lay in bed all day. I asked her if she felt she may have had a concussion. I'm not a neurologist, but
She wouldn't go to the hospital. He would beat her so badly that she would go to a hotel for a week so she could lay in bed for a week because of the shame and guilt and embarrassment that is involved in TV. It's horrific.
she may have, according to what she said, because she kept the rooms dark. She laid in bed, just ordering food from the lobby or the restaurant at the hotel, perhaps, and never went to work, called out sick. She was ashamed, and she bore the marks of a battered woman. Bruises, fluffy face, pain in her limbs, and the embarrassment was impacted and constantly a reminder when she would try and ambulate and move. She couldn't walk, she couldn't move easily. She said to me, every part of her body hurt from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head.
During those early years, was the abuse intermittent or consistent?
Weekly or bi-weekly, but mostly weekends, weekly.
Did you learn of any other abuse during those early year periods aside from physical abuse?
Well, I think it's a combination of both. When she was 7 months pregnant, Luis
Oh my-
Medina slammed her into the bathtub,
I can't.
pushing up against her upper thorax backwards, falling into the tub.
Nope. No, she was 7 months pregnant. No. I'm twitching again.
That's more than physical abuse. That's a effort to plant the seed of damaging your unborn child, which even increase great fear for Lucy Medina, not just neonatally while she was pregnant, but after giving birth. So that impacted her greatly.
Let me tell you something, okay? Because now I'm sorry. I am the district attorney's office has all of this information. They have had all of this information since the defense turned over Dr. Zeizel's report, whenever that was. And they still chose to proceed with this trial. Women of Massachusetts, get the hell out. Get the hell out now. This is like The Handmaid's Tale. Are you effing kidding me? The abuser, Luis Medina, is not coming in to testify. He did not testify. The Commonwealth case is over. They rested this morning. Luis Medina did not come in to testify, but his lawyer did, because he waived attorney-client privilege so that his lawyer could write a letter to the court in 2021 telling the court, my client, Luis Medina, is not going to testify because he will plead the fifth and spousal privilege. But let me tell you something. He's given me permission to tell you that he did, in fact, beat her, and that if she did indeed cause any injury to him on July 17th of 2020, it was self-defense. And the Commonwealth, like the little train that could, no, not even like the little train that could, because the little train that could was good. This is evil, and that's why they don't want you to see it. And that's why Court TV maybe was told not to broadcast it. They only gave us little dribs and drabs of testimony that didn't make the Commonwealth look like a bunch of evildoers. They gave us opening statements, and then we were invested. Then we were rooting for Hank Brennan for the first time ever. And then they showed us only the Commonwealth's direct examination, maybe not even the whole thing, of the Lawrence police detective who did the questioning of Lucy. And then they showed us portions of, maybe not even the whole thing, Lucy's police interrogation. Okay? They're not peeling back the curtain. They're not showing you what's been going on in Salem since 1692. And we wondered, we were incredulous. It's strange credulity about what they did to Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the same exact building in Salem. Are you kidding me? Paul Tucker should be ashamed of himself. He's the district attorney for Essex County. Apparently, he doesn't make the decision on who gets prosecuted because MassDad is telling me he knows everything procedural in Massachusetts. That there's a bureau chief or someone else who makes the decisions to prosecute. Paul Tucker has decided that he's not prosecuting Justin Alayan, who's on camera breaking and entering into Kelsey Fitzsimmons' home while she's clinging to life in the hospital after being shot point blank by a North Andover police officer. And she's also a North Andover police officer. So Paul Tucker doesn't want to persecute someone like Justin It for the Money Alayan. And here you see a broken woman in that chair right there who has been living this since 2020 and for 28 years before that, when she was severely beaten by her husband who admitted it. And he's not even dead. He survived. He is so out of touch. Massachusetts is out of control, and they don't want you to know about it. And nobody's louder than you guys, except for maybe me, because now I'm going to lose my voice. I mean, you thought they might have learned after Karen. They had at any point they could have stopped. At any point they could have dropped the charges against Lucy Medina. Even though they didn't have a witness, a victim to testify. She's the victim. And I don't think Hank Brennan is doing this for free. I'm sick about this. I won't even rewind for you what Dr. Zeizel just told us happened to Lucy Medina, because I don't even want to repeat it. Good luck, women in Massachusetts. Good luck. Wow. I'm sorry if I blew out your eardrums, but I can't. She is so alone that she walked out of court by herself the other day. Wow. Let me tell you something. A viewer in the chat sent an email to Court TV. Okay, I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read to you their response. And so many of you were over there on the Court TV YouTube underneath the comments saying, please broadcast this trial. Please broadcast this trial. Hold on. Thank you, Gigi, for buying me 5 matcha lattes because I'm really going to need them after this. Anna Lee wrote to Court TV and she emailed them and she said, hello, we're from South Africa and we'd like to see this trial streamed, talking about Lucy Medina. You have streamed 3 trials at a time and the only one you are streaming at the moment is Corey Richens. Please stream the Medina trial. And then they wrote back to her and they said, and this was today, hi there, Annalie. Thanks for contacting the Court TV support team. Unfortunately, the Corey Richens trial is our primary live trial with the Lucy Medina trial as a secondary trial that we will be airing updates for. Please feel free to contact our team directly below to suggest showing the Lucy Medina trial as the primary trial. And then they give her a little link to viewer case tips. Please note, it is at the team's discretion as to which trials or stories they can cover as they receive numerous requests every day. We appreciate your report of Court TV. I hope you have a great day. XOXO, Melissa. It may not be their fault. It may not be their fault. Listen, Law and Crime just bought Court TV. They may not have the resources, but we know they have a camera in the courtroom because they had one. At least they had one on day 1. Okay. Because they showed us the police interview. That's the only thing they showed us from day 2. Did we see any courtroom testimony with that? Maybe we saw something happening in the courtroom. Law Girls Not Attorneys are there streaming this on their channel today. They've given me permission to stream it. I believe it's at Law Girls Not Attorneys. They're sitting in the gallery because they too were outraged by this case. And that's the feed that we have. So we don't complain about it because Court TV won't broadcast it. So thank you to Law Girls and Attorney for doing the Lord's work. All right. I'm going to let Dr. Zeizel play out. I don't know how long the defense case is going to be. I don't know. Could the jury get this today? Could they be closing today? I don't know.
In that period of time when Lucy was pregnant, you've described this particular incident in the house. Did the physical abuse stop during that period of time?
It did not.
Did Lucy share the earlier development of her psychology about the fears that were being cemented in her?
Yes.
At that time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
She was changing. She lost friends. She'd become angry with her friends who were being, I wouldn't use the word intrusive because that implies doing something that has a negative connotation. She would tell friends, none of your business. I don't want to talk about it. She'd come up with a false veneer. I have a sleep disorder, I'm very clumsy. Her friends would say, if you have a sleep disorder, you should get treated. People came over because she was a sleepwalker. They were worried that she'd walk down the stairs and kill herself inadvertently while sleeping. They'd stay with her. The abuse just didn't happen, therefore, on some level during her waking hours. It infiltrated her sleeping state. It impacted her 24/7. She changed. She was no longer happy. She no longer had control, lowercase c, to decide what they were going to do. Even in times of recreational activities, going out to a restaurant. Luis Medina would make a scene at a restaurant. She told me that they went out for dinner and Luis Medina said to the server, would you mind if I don't know how he said it, but I want some more food of what I ordered. And the server said, yes, sir, but we have to charge you more. And Luis Medina started to scream and yell in front of everyone. You could hear a pin drop apparently about how dare he question him that he didn't, Luis Medina felt how dare the server question because there's a server saying I can't pay for this as the guest, which of course was not the case, but he would draw conclusions with a remarkable distortion in the cognitive statements. The statements are being made by people around him. He would have road rage, but didn't get into fights because the road rage was just a stranger. Lucy had male friends who were just friends and colleagues. Luis Medina was so jealous that she had a man's phone number of a friend who was married or gay, it didn't matter. They insisted she get rid of those phone numbers on her phone. In order to protect her friends, she said, I can't really talk to you, I can't have your phone number, we cannot have contact. That's how Luis Medina, even when they were separated and he was at work and she was at work, would impact her ability to just get through a regular, normal day. He'd grill her, where were you, why you were 5 minutes late, things like that.
You share with us much of, or some of the abuse of Ms. Medina early on in the relationship with Ms. Medina. Is this starting the cornerstone of a battered woman, or is she already a battered woman at this point?
I think she's already there. I mean, being a battered woman, it's not a quantitative measure, it's qualitative. And it was there because it started early. It started within 5 months of dating. And ever the optimist, hoping things with love and kindness would change. She forged on. Maybe having a family, maybe getting raises. Luis Medina made more money than Lucy Medina. He'd get enraged that he was making more money and she wasn't paying her fair share. On garbage night, he dragged her out by her feet down the sidewalk into the front of the house and left her there, as Lucy said to me, like a bag of trash.
Ms. Medina talked to you about dozens of different kinds of abuse.
Yes.
Why did the event when she was dragged down the stairs through the front yard and left in the trash, were they more physically painful or more physically violent offenses than that?
Yes.
Did that offense that was less physically violent stand out more or less to her throughout her life to this day?
That was more poignant for her than the other events in her life.
Why would that event be such a catalyst compared to other events that were far more physical or egregious?
The research that we know is that public shaming is far worse than private shaming. Whether you're in a law school class or whether you're in front of colleagues, to be called out and told how poorly you're doing, or in this case, beaten up, has far more negative impact on that person's psyche. And it erodes your soul, and you end up just being defeated. And the result of being a defeated person is that the aggressor and the batterer wins through coercive control, through violence, through repetitive, ongoing abuse, again, of different types. So for that, it was absolutely so embarrassing for Lucy because it was in front of other people who witnessed that. Just like today is for her.
Disregard that line, disregard the line statement, just like today's.
May I try a basis or move on?
Just like today is. I don't know if she's going to testify. I don't know if she's testified and we missed it, but I don't think so because we've seen everything, I think, since the defense started its case an hour or two ago. And so I don't think he said as like today, because today means she's listening to her diagnosis and, having to relive these events as Dr. Zeizel is narrating them.
In addition, in looking at psychological development or variation of Lucy Medina, do you also consider a profile of a batterer?
Yes,
Is that a psychological concept that has a construct to it?
yes,
And did you consider the behavior of Mr. Medina and whether there was inconsistency or consistency with the profile of a batterer?
yes.
Can you share with us what you considered and what your conclusions were?
Objection. Sure.
Well, there's Brennan. We don't get to see him because the Law Girls Not Attorneys, that's the name of their channel, are sitting right behind him, apparently. What did he object to?
Do you also consider a profile of a batterer?
Yes,
Is that a psychological concept that has a construct to it?
yes,
And did you consider the behavior of Mr. Medina and whether there was inconsistency or consistency with the profile of a batterer?
yes,
Did he consider whether Luis Medina was consistent with or not consistent with the profile of a batterer? And that's what the objection's about, I believe.
Can you share with us what you considered and what your conclusions were?
Objection. Sure.
I mean, he didn't interview Luis Medina. It would be all based on hearsay. So I agree with this objection. There's Law Girls Not Attorneys. That's their channel. And we're a little bit behind, so we have a little bit of room to fast forward here.
Without articulating any particular person, would be our next step. I want to ask you generally in your field, describe for us what are the characteristics of a batterer.
So there's certain characterological traits for all different types of personality. A batterer is often a charming, likable person who is able to influence others. They're able to show kindness when appropriate. They're able to be persuasive. They're able to have certain personality traits that we look at as positive things. Those are often the traits that go, if you swing that trait on the other side, they're manipulative, they can be valuing. A batterer is often intelligent because he's able to use intellect to win over a person, to prove that the other person's wrong. And intelligence is a factor that when used for positive things, obviously people feel connected, they have a great understanding of each other, but it also can be used against another person. The batterer also grows up in a familial environment where he's treated often like a deity. He's the king, he's the god, he is and certain cultures endorse this powerfully. Although he's a boy, he's the most important member of that family because it's a male-dominated family. And people growing up in that family know that he gets preference. He will be treated in a special way that gives him the belief earned by the behaviors around him that he is better than everyone else, that he should get first choice. And that's often the profile of the batterer.
You did not ever meet or speak to Luis Medina.
He's speaking about a male batterer right now. So I don't know. Do you think we should all have clip this little part of the description of a batterer and play it for our daughters? Some people see red flags when other people see a parade. You know what I'm saying? Our kids need to grow up learning about this kind of stuff, learning about the warning signs. Man. Batterers are also often charming, likable, many positive traits. They're very smart because they want to outsmart you. And they're often brought up as being like the king of their family. So they have this like sense of entitlement, right? Please play this for your daughters. This is stuff nobody teaches you.
Did you learn from other people what his upbringing was like as far as his role in the family?
Yes.
Share that with us.
He was the only boy in a family of girls. I don't think the dad was in the picture much, or they left or passed away, I don't recall. And he was treated like a king. Those are the specific words that were used. He's the king in the family. He gets whatever he wants. No one denies him. Even when he beat up his mother, although seemingly shocking, it was forgiven. It was accepted. Even though he was yelling at his sisters, no negative consequences with that.
Is Mr. Medina's conduct as reported to you consistent with the technical and psychological term of being a batterer?
Yes. He was also, because batterers are often successful people, and there's a misconception that how can you be a batterer if you're successful? They're incompatible concepts. They have nothing to do with each other. One is being gifted or skilled or getting paid a lot of money. The other one is a psychological presentation, which batterers will hide in that presentation too. So batterers lead a secret double life too. No one really knows.
The judge is letting this in. I'm surprised. I'm surprised the judge is letting this in, but he's allowing Dr. Zeizel to opine about the alleged victim and his profile and whether the alleged victim, Luis Medina, is a batterer and why. And this is fantastic testimony. I'm kind of surprised the judge let it in, because I did agree with the objection. He didn't examine Luis Medina. This is excellent for the defense that this is being allowed in, because maybe this judge knows that this is a whole bunch of bullshit. This is Judge John Frazier in Essex Superior. Listen to that again, because this is important stuff.
He was the only boy in a family of girls. I don't think the dad was in the picture much, or they left or passed away, I don't recall. And he was treated like a king. Those are the specific words that were used. He's the king in the family. He gets whatever he wants. No one denies him. Even when he beat up his mother, although seemingly shocking, it was forgiven. It was accepted.
He beat up his mother and he was forgiven. Yeah, no big whoop. No, don't worry about it, honey. I understand you going through a rough time. The mother was a battered woman too, apparently. Hurt people, right?
Even though he was yelling at his sisters, no negative consequences with that.
Is Mr. Medina's conduct as reported to you consistent with the technical and psychological term of being a batterer?
Yes. He was also, because batterers are often successful people, and there's a misconception that how can you be a batterer if you're successful? They're incompatible concepts. They have nothing to do with each other. One is being gifted or skilled or getting paid a lot of money. The other one is a psychological presentation, which batterers will hide in that presentation too. So batterers lead a secret double life too. No one really knows that they're battering, because the person they batter knows well enough not to share that information, and the batterer knows also it's probably not going to be helpful for them professionally or legally or in a familial sense.
I want to ask you about a term, counterintuitive behavior. Could you explain to us what counterintuitive behaviors are?
Counterintuitive behavior is doing something that we think you shouldn't do because the things you're observing or engaged in don't really make sense. And the best example
He's describing counterintuitive behavior.
that endorses counterintuitive behavior is a term that is quite common, but it's a legitimate term called the Stockholm Syndrome. It's identification with the aggressor. The research.
Stockholm Syndrome has entered the chat.
It's a term that is quite common, but it's a legitimate term called the Stockholm Syndrome. It's identification with the aggressor. Stockholm Bank, the research bank in Stockholm gets robbed, people are held hostages, and the customers in that bank side with the bank robbers. They get upset with the police that they're trying to arrest them. That's Stockholm Syndrome. You're won over, W-O-N, you're won over by the people who are the hostile people, who are the aggressors. And in the Stockholm Syndrome, and I can tell you in Afghanistan, I was in kidnapping cases, and we debrief the kidnapped individuals, and this is what we learned. I owe them a debt of thanks, says the kidnapped victim, because they could have killed me and they didn't, unlike other people. That's what happens with some battered women who feel, although literally beaten and bruised with broken limbs, are thankful that they're battered to not go to the next level. That's full-bore, counterintuitive behavior. And in addition to that, when you are married to a very jealous person, jealous people just don't get jealous in the room that you're living in the home. They seek out information to endorse their distortions. Someone told me you were walking down the street with this guy. Who was it? I want to know. And in Luis Medina's case, he had what we call retroactive jealousy. He was jealous about someone that Lucy Medina was dating before she ever met him. That is the extent and extreme jealousy, and maybe paranoia with a lowercase p. It's not false beliefs as much as it is suspiciousness. So Lucy Medina engages in counterintuitive behavior because to leave him means that he can show up at any time, wherever she is, and perhaps create harm for her and whoever she's with, including her children, who refuse to speak to her now, have nothing to do with her because of what's happened in her life with her partner.
What has happened that has caused that?
What's happened is that through years of physical torment and abuse, her now adult children, whom she tried to protect, and did a great job parenting because she had her children move in with her mother. So they grew up essentially with their grandmother, not with Lucy Medina or Luis Medina, because she didn't want them to get exposed to the fact that she was being beaten up.
She sacrificed herself for the safety of her children by having their one daughter that they had together live with her mother.
Them to get exposed to the fact that she was being beaten up pretty much every weekend, certainly every other weekend. And when those children came of age and began to see what happened, they sat with their mother and they said, "This is not healthy. This is not good. We don't want you to do this." And like some strong effort to shape behavior, they said, "If you stay with Dad, we want nothing to do with you." And she stayed with Luis Medina, and they have nothing to do with her. That's counterintuitive behavior.
Is fear of leaving an abusive relationship counterintuitive behavior?
Yes, but it's survival behavior too.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that it's 43% of murders of a partnership are done by violent, intimate partner. That's the scary and realistic outcome. So
43%. He's given us he's telling us everything. 43% of murders are due to intimate partner violence. Wow. And now her children have nothing to do with her because she stayed with Dad. And that's what you call counterintuitive behavior. Saving your children at the expense of yourself. This woman should be canonized, not tried.
a partnership are done by violent behavior too.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that it's 43% of murders of a partnership are done by violent, intimate partner. That's the scary and realistic outcome. So if you're with the person who's beating you up, at least you know his mood that day. At least you can figure out a way that could try and cajole them to be more reasonable. At least you can shape the frequency and usage of alcohol, which is obviously disinhibiting substance that can make things worse. If you kind of reduce the number of drinks, maybe you'll just fall asleep and not beat me up. That's why people stay. They avoid what they think is the inevitability of being killed or badly hurt.
Is mapping an abuser's habits, bad habits, is that a type of counterintuitive behavior?
Yes,
Lucy Medina, pardon me, engage in mapping.
yes. Always trying to pay attention where he is, what they're doing, what she should be doing, what he wants her to do. Yes,
How about related to alcohol?
absolutely.
And is immersing oneself in work a counterintuitive behavior?
Yes,
Did you see that in Lucy Medina?
I did. Lucy Medina would go to work. She works for the Social Security Administration office. Pretty regular hours, but always a lot of work. She'd go in at 7 a.m. She'd go in at 7 a.m. She'd work all day. She'd work overtime. She was rewarded with bonuses. She got promotions. When she shared with me about that, I said, "Oh, do you really love your work?" "No, I do that to be away from my husband. I go to work as an opportunity, not for joy, because the work is not joyful, to have distraction. So instead of having to think about what's laying at home or what's in store for her, she'd go to work just to avoid the cognitive imprint, which is well imprinted in her brain and mind, of having to think about how her life is horrible, how her life is ruined, and why can't she leave? And she couldn't. She felt she was embedded in that life. So yes, indeed, work obsessively was a coping mechanism which had positive outcome for her. She got raises, she got bonuses, she helped people as well.
Is glorifying one's abuser a counterintuitive
Yes,
behavior?
yes,
Do you see any symptoms or any evidence of that?
yes, yes. She said he was a wonderful man. She loved him. She still does. She takes care of him. Does everything he wants. She makes breakfast, lunch, and dinner for him when she's not.
Hold on. She still loves him. Anna Elizabeth, I don't know what the Catholic Church has to do with this, but I did sue the Catholic Church on behalf of many, many plaintiffs here on Long Island. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but the Catholic Church isn't really part of this conversation. So I'm not sure why we're bringing, except that Lucy did say that because she was Catholic, she didn't take her own life. But I am well aware of what the Catholic Church did here on Long Island. That's not part of this case. Trust me when I tell you, I know a lot more than you would even want to know about that topic. She still takes care of him and her. Hold on.
How her life is ruined, and why can't she leave? Well imprinted in her brain and mind. What's laying at home or what's in store for her, she'd go to work just to avoid the cognitive imprint, which is well imprinted in her brain and mind, of having to think about how her life is horrible, how her life is ruined, and why can't she leave? And she couldn't. She felt she was embedded in that life. So yes, indeed, work obsessively was a coping mechanism which had positive outcome for her. She got raises, she got bonuses, she helped people as well.
Is glorifying one's abuser a counterintuitive
Yes,
behavior?
yes,
Do you see any symptoms or any evidence of that?
yes.
Do you see any symptoms of glorifying behavior? I mean, that's not true. A lot of people who are Catholic get divorced. This is more the dynamic of a DV relationship that she won't leave. But let's hear. I think he said that they're still together and she still can't leave. Hold on.
Yes. She said he was a wonderful man. She loved him. She still does. She takes care of him.
She takes care of him. She still loves him.
everything he wants. She makes breakfast, lunch, and dinner for him when she's not working. She would make, I've heard this multiple times, she would make freshly squeezed orange juice, but if the pits of that orange was in the juice glass, he'd throw it away, I'll start again. How dare she have a pit in his juice? Who does she think she is? Those are the kind of interactions he'd have with her. And she would do a juicer by hand instead of machine-based. And she has arthritis in the hand because she did it so many times as a result and just wore out with frequent exposure and overuse injury of making juice for her husband, who often would project the juice because it had one or two or multiple pits in it.
Is covering up one.
He would throw the juice away if there were any pits in it. Did anybody watch the movie? I read the book also, and then I just watched the movie, The Housemaid. Oh boy. It's bringing it back to me.
One wounds that were inflicted. Is covering up one wounds that were inflicted a counterintuitive behavior?
Is it counterintuitive behavior to cover up your wounds?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Did you learn any evidence of that?
Yes. She would always be doing makeup or trying to hide behind a scarf. And I thought, oh, this is sort of like a woman who wears a burqa or a hijab. You know, she's hiding behind a cotton shield so she wouldn't be seen. Lucy's hiding behind scarves and hats and long sleeve shirts on hot, warm days so no one would see the nature of her injuries.
And lastly, Dr. Zeizel, is making up stories about how injuries were caused. Is that a counterintuitive behavior?
Yes,
Did you find any evidence of that in your study of this case?
yes,
Can you summarize briefly for us?
yes. Lucy Medina hung her hat, if you will, on insomnia. Very common issue. Most people have it from time to time. And that was her go-to response, because if you have insomnia, if you have some sleepwalking, as mentioned earlier, and you trip over furniture because you are asleep and you get a bruise, that's explainable. That makes sense. Then she's sort of covering up with what appeared to be a logical sequelae to that event. However, most people, if you have a medical issue and you're seeing a healthcare provider and you're not getting better, maybe it's time for another consult with the doctor who is more able to help you, either with medication or whatever the treatments might be. That was very commonplace for her. Unfortunately, or not, I don't know, but her colleagues and friends saw through that. They didn't believe her, and they would confront her gently and respectfully. And she would be saying, I don't want to speak about it. And she'd shut them down and try to protect her own self and not feel more humiliation. They would change the topic, and they knew that, but they loved Lucy and they went with that.
When a person is in a physically abusive relationship and they stay with their batterer, is there a technique used by a typical batterer to try to entice the person to continue to forgive them?
Yes.
Is there any type of name or qualification of those type of techniques?
Well, one of the things that we know is there's something called learned helplessness. It's based on animal studies where dogs are put in a big cage and there's a wall between the two parts of this cage, and one of the floors of the cage has an electric grid, and you shock those dogs, but they try to leave and they can't, and they keep bumping into the wall. What happens is that they simply sit and take the shock. The door or the wall is removed. They can leave with shock, and they don't. That's what a battered person does. They've been shocked so many times, they give up. And when the batterer, through the cycle of abuse, realizes, well, maybe I went too far, he engages in the honeymoon period or engages in a shift in behavior that is an attempt to win over his wife or partner. And that's the cycle of that, of tension, conflict, battering, cajoling and grooming and gifting. It's love bombing. You just overdo it. And then you're back to baseline and it starts all over again.
Was there a strong significance of flowers in your assessment of this case?
Yes, I learned that when Lucy Medina was beaten up, Luis Medina would send flowers, not to the home, but to her office for a public viewing.
Oh,
That would, I think,
when he would beat her up, he would send flowers to her office so everyone could see what a great guy he was. The sound is not choppy for me. If it's choppy for you, go out and come back in. I have pinned in the chat the link to Ask Court TV to cover this case, or to at least drop the video that they've already taken in its entirety so we can watch the entire Commonwealth case if you choose to do so. But I feel like this trial, it will be over soon. I don't know how many witnesses the defense intends to call, because I haven't seen the defense witness list, only the Commonwealth witness list.
reduce, if you will, the wonderment of what kind of husband does Lucy Medina have. And when 30 or 40 long-stem roses, which apparently cost hundreds of thousands, are delivered with love, with a note attached, it would endorse in his mind that this is from a loving husband, and anyone reading those notes would concur. However, Lucy's facial countenance, and when receiving these flowers, she would feel worse than ever. And I think you heard today that she would leave them at the office, she'd give them away. She was not happy, she was angry that she was getting flowers, because she knew that Luis had gone too far, and he beat her up so much that he actually felt quite bad. And he was seeking forgiveness, and the flowers were that conduit to forgiveness. She didn't say she forgave him, but it was implicit in his mind.
You mentioned the significance between flowers going to work as opposed to home. Is that the important assessment in your mind?
Yes.
Give us a little more information why.
Yes, because batterers try and influence people. They're persuasive, first with their partner, and then with the world around them. And they're generous too. They can influence others by giving them gifts, being kind, doing things that make us all feel, maybe that person's not so bad. They try and win you over. And that's what batterers do. And Luis Medina had a good job. He was an electrician. He made a lot of money. He had extra money to spend. And Lucy Medina was on a federal government contract and salary, which paid a lot less. So he would use that as ammunition of why he was more important and why she didn't pay her own share, and she should, and he got enraged about that. Although fully being aware that she's worked at that company, SSA, for 28 years, he knew that, but he'd be enraged anyway. So the public showing is a way of influencing other people from afar.
You had an opportunity to look at all of these different materials, to speak to witnesses, and have a number of conversations with Ms. Medina. Did you determine whether or not, at the time of this incident and today, whether she suffers from any mental health illnesses?
Yes.
And before I go into asking you about what your assessment is, did she suffer from any of these mental health illnesses before she met Luis Medina?
There was no evidence of having any mental illness at all, not even symptoms of a mental illness. You have symptoms, but you don't meet the, what they call multi-axial classification. You don't have enough of the symptoms. Although we could be anxious, we don't have the diagnosis to meet the diagnostic requirement to be, let's say, anxious. She had no mental illness.
In your opinion, doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, what mental illnesses does Lucy Medina suffer from at the time of this incident and today as we sit here?
She has a major mood disorder. She has major depression. She has what's called GAD, generalized anxiety disorder. That's different than a panic attack. That's different than a simple phobia like flying on an airplane. GAD, general anxiety disorder, is pervasive. It happens all day, all night, all week. It's throughout the day, because when you are living with fear and dread, it's really anxiety. It's anticipatory. What's going to happen next? And that's what she was diagnosed with. And she also had PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, chronic type and complex type. Not acute, which is when you see an event, a horrible event, a car accident, someone getting hurt, and you're dealing with that for a short period of time. But the chronicity is that it never goes away. And that's what she's diagnosed with. That's what she had at that time of the event in 2020. And she still has it because she's not in treatment.
If somebody has chronic PTSD, is there an attempt in your profession to manage it, or can it be relieved?
Well, not everyone's going to be cured of all mental health disorders. There's a subset of people who just don't get better for whatever reason, genetic, too much complexity or chronicity. But we've come a very long way in dealing with PTSD through all sorts of events like the Gulf War, the Iraqi War, the Afghanistan War. We learned about different treatment modalities, and there's a lot of money by the government spent to really help people, and it really does work. There are things like EMDR, but be that as it may, yes, we try and help people get better. We have to point it out to them, but you can't bring a horse to water if she doesn't want treatment. If people don't want to get better, they won't.
Did Ms. Medina share with you why she wouldn't be treated?
Yeah, yes.
Why?
She doesn't believe she should get better. She believes she should die. She believes that it's her fault. She believes everything's been her fault. That's why he would beat her up for decades. That's what she believes.
What does PTSD do to a person?
It destroys their soul and makes life very hard. They have issues with impulse control, fear. They have issues with sleep. They have issues with relationships. They have issues walking down the street and someone has yells from them across the way because they have a startled response. They become protective and avoidant, and they avoid others. And they usually are, the term is anhedonia. It means without pleasure. There's no pleasure in life for someone who has PTSD. And they often turn to drugs and alcohol. In my professional opinion, it's surprising, almost shocking that Lucy Medina isn't a drug addict or using alcohol to self-medicate, because she does not. She goes to work full-time plus. It's a treatable disorder with some success and competency, but first step is you have to want to get treatment.
Are people with PTSD oftentimes afraid to make eye contact?
Yes.
Are people with PTSD oftentimes afraid to show their face?
Yes, they're avoidant.
Do people with PTSD have emotional instability, careful, crying?
Yes. And to the outside observing person, it seems without any type of reason that they become upset, because the person on the outside saying hello can understand why that person just bursts into tears or is shaking physically. But the person with PTSD is having flashbacks, which is exactly what Lucy Medina does have on many occasions. Even when we were meeting, it gets triggered easily, loud noises, olfactory stimulation, smelling the alcohol of a person walking by will be enough for someone like Lucy Medina to get triggered. And that's exactly what happens to her. So yeah, it looks like it's coming out of nowhere because there's no observable, measurable event for an outside person observing them to make sense of it. But the person with PTSD knows exactly what's going on, and they feel like they can't contain it or control it.
It's just about 1 o'clock, it's just a good spot to take recess.
It is, thank you very much.
So when there was the jury,
break for lunch.
Okay, so we're a little bit behind. And I feel like they said they were breaking for lunch, right? But how behind are we? Let's see, it is currently almost 2 p.m. So we may be able to, oh no, are we on real time? Hold on. They were very careful not to show the jurors, and that's why she keeps shutting off her camera. And that is the proper thing to do. Hold on.
Diagnosis. That's what she had.
Trying to,
She believes that it's her fault. It's a treatable disorder with some success and competency.
It's treatable.
First step is you have to want to get treatment.
You have to want to get treatment. That's the first step.
Without any type of reason that they become upset. Because
Okay, we saw all this. Hold on. Oh, please. Oh, that is the still shot. And so it says their stream ended 16 minutes ago. So that's the end of that. I don't know if they're able to stay for the afternoon to cover anything after lunch. Well, it says they're going to start the afternoon session at 2. So, all right, we're almost there. This is their channel. Law Girls, Not Attorneys, Due Process. Here's the logo. Going over there. Give them a like and a sub. A couple people wrote me emails. A few people did and said, oh, just so you know, they're all into the drama. I'm not into the drama. I'm not into the drama. I don't know if they're into the drama or not because I don't pay attention to the drama. But they're there. They're broadcasting the court feed so that we can see it. That's a good thing. And the rest of it, I don't pay attention to. Court is on lunch for a couple more minutes, and then hopefully they will start again. Looks like they're coming back. I don't need a badge, says. Thanks for your 10. He's exactly right. And your narcissist will go to your friends, family, and manipulates everyone you know. They all believe him and you feel crazy and betrayed. We quit telling anyone and stay silent. Thank you for your 10 very much. There's a Karen Reed hearing at 3. I don't know if it's going to be broadcast on any mainstream media because I know we're not allowed to broadcast the Zoom. So I don't know if we can cover it on delay. I'm invested in this now, so I can't stop doing this to move on to Karen Reed at 3. I can do it on delay, though, if you guys are interested in it. But Nicole says, I was in a relationship for 10 years with the man Stupid Boy was written about. Love Can Be Blind, still paying for it. I don't know what about Stupid Boy. Is it a book? I'm sorry. Thank you for your super chat. I don't know about it. Refresh the stream. I'm on live. Can the judge say I've heard enough? No, because this is the case that's going to the jury. Thanks, Charlie. Cheliquin says, coercive control isn't discussed enough. It's all encompassing. I wish there was more training for law enforcement professionals and educators. Micah Miller. Thanks for your 5. Night. Thanks for your super chat. I love your compassion, empathy, and ferocity. I ain't got no quit. Okay, they're back.
Yeah, we're back on the rest of the case on trial. The witness has resumed the stand. I believe the jurors are ready.
Yes.
The booster does distort it a little bit, but it's better than nothing.
Jury, all rise.
And this is the afternoon session. Mastad says this is going to be the fastest acquittal ever. From your mouth to God's ears.
You seated? What is the session? Here with your ready, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Zeizel, I want to turn now to your opinion and diagnosis of Lucy Medina's psychological condition at the time of this event. At the time of this event, could you very briefly summarize the mental health illnesses and the duress that Lucy Medina was suffering?
Yes. So in addition to having this chronic anxiety, GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, and being depressed with ongoing PTSD, the symptoms that point in the direction of a dissociative disorder began to emerge. And that's a disorder where you are unable to link events with recollection. So a dissociative disorder is very similar to taking a big mosaic, ceramic bowl, lifting it above your head, and then dropping it, and it shatters into a million pieces. And the goal is to put them all back, put all the pieces back so it makes the bowl in its pre-existing state. But you don't find all the pieces. Pieces are missing. That's essentially what happened, in my opinion. There were gaps in her ability to point things out and to remember things. Those are things that occur to people who are under a traumatic event or reliving a traumatic event that may have been recently occurring, or it may have been back in a long historical way, if you will, like a flashback. You don't remember everything, it comes forward. When they come forward, you don't remember what's going on right now. The dissociative state is that you cannot track event A to Z in the moment, and the piece is missing. And that is what I think was going on for her at that time.
In your practice and studies and experience, have you seen this dissociative state commonly or uncommonly?
Commonly, very commonly.
Where is it most commonly seen?
In traumatic events. So I've seen it in the Luis Medina shooting, where it's deployed to do critical incident debriefings. I saw it in the Boston Marathon bombing. I saw it in Afghanistan. I saw it in Cambodia. Every place where there's been traumatic events that were suffered by many people, there's a subset of that population, not everyone, but there's a subset who are either vulnerable by history or hardwiring. I've seen it there. The soldiers can't remember what happened. And in those events, it becomes very traumatic because they feel they've been betrayed by other people who left them out on the field by themselves. Often not true, but the point being is that their memory thwarts their, or lack of memory thwarts their ability to have a linear progression of all the things that took place. Just like Lucy Medina on that, around that time and on that day.
A person who is a battered woman and has suffered from a number of acquired mental health illnesses, including anxiety disorder or PTSD, who has had the experience and knowledge of the violence of their abuser, does that affect their sensitivity to danger and to potential violence when they're in some type of argument or some type of conflict with the abuser?
Yes.
How does that wear or contribute to a person's state of mind who's in that position?
Well, it's a significant contribution because in an ideal world, when we go through trauma, we get treatment post-trauma. So we go in a horrible car crash, we can't drive, we see a psychologist or a therapist who teaches us desensitization, teaches us strategies. For the psychiatrist provide medication. Now we can kind of get reintroduced to quote unquote normal living as we knew it. If you don't get treatment, you don't have the opportunity to regain mastery about what you once had. And Lucy Medina has done no treatment through no fault of her own because she's avoidant of this, and therefore it impacts her in a much more powerful way because she has no arsenal or bag of tricks or tools that can help her get through those difficult situations.
Did you see the photographs of Lucy Medina that were taken at the police station the night of this event?
Yes,
Did you see the photographs of the bruises and wounds that were photographed a day or 2 days after the event?
yes,
Those photographs that evidence the different damage, are those consistent with an assault or a beating?
yes. Those are, in my opinion, not photographs of someone who had spousal abuse, but they're evidence of someone who's had spousal brutality, much higher level of violence.
Given what you
This wasn't just spousal abuse. This is spousal brutality. I'm sorry, Anna Lee Elizabeth. I'm so sorry that that happened to you.
saw depicted in those photographs, that level of violence, that level of beating, would Lucy Medina, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, would the mental diagnoses, the damage from Miss Medina over the course of that 28-year relationship, would that factor into the way she was perceiving the beating she was receiving that night?
Yes.
How so?
Long-term abuse is like taking a toothpick and tapping against a very big, perhaps valuable vase. Nothing happens for a long time. And then maybe on the 100,000th tap, it shatters.
Oh,
It just is worn out, it falls apart, and is no longer in its pre-existing state of functionality. When you go through abuse, time and time again, it's thwarting your ability to get back to baseline. And it also interferes with your ability to have emotional regulation of your mood, of your temperament, of getting healthful sleep, of having healthful nutrition, and you just get worn down with no positive view of the future. It's one thing to be in a fight, knowing that when the fight is over, you're leaving and that person's never going to bother you again. It's another thing to be in a fight, to be mistreated, to get hurt, and know that you have entrapedness. You're not going anywhere. You're stuck there for all sorts of reasons.
When you said entrapedness, is that similar to the idea of whether somebody can escape or not?
It's psychological entrapedness. There are people in the news, research tells us they are literally kidnapped and they never leave. They have to get rescued. And when asked why they couldn't leave, they said, well, I was not able to leave. I was psychologically required to be there. And with psychological entrapedness, particularly in a toxic parasitic relationship, you're afraid all the time when you're with that partner who's abusing you. When you're with them, maybe at that time, you're sitting watching TV or having dinner, you're not being violently offended. So you know you're safe at that moment. You know it's going to end. You know, the watchwords for people in abusive relationships when they're in a calm period of time, this too shall pass. You know you're going to get beat up again. But when you escape, literally, and you think that's going to enable you to psychologically feel more adaptive and more healthful, it doesn't happen because it's right in the forefront of your mind. When you hear someone walking outside, you begin to wonder, is that person coming in? A neighbor coming down to borrow a cup of sugar, knocking on your door. You don't think it's your neighbor, you think it's the person who's abusing you. So it's easier for those people to stay because at least know part of the time they'll be somewhat safe.
Given the diagnosis of Lucy Medina on the night of this event, and given the history that she endured, and appreciating or accepting that there was a beating that night, psychologically, was there any reasonable escape for Lucy Medina that night?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
Because she's held captive for many reasons. You know, Lucy Medina went to work every day, 5 days a week, 7 to 3 or 4. She could have left, but she didn't feel she could leave because her jealous, powerful, obsessional husband would never allow that to happen. It would not be a harmonious separation. It would be a violent outcome. And keeping in mind that staying was violent. Leaving, more likely than not, as is often the case, becomes exceedingly violent, excessively violent, because at that point, the abusing partner, who's already demanding and angry because orange juice has pits in it in the morning and requires you to make another batch, will not accept the self-view of, how dare you humiliate me, I'm your husband, I'm in charge. He's been referred to as the king by his family. He's been referred to as a god by his family and people who know him. So it is a dangerous behavior to engage in if you actually are going to leave and think that he won't track you down. And that is the psychology of Lucy Medina, always stuck there no matter what. In the reality, she could be there knowing that she'll be heard, but it's not 24/7. This is what people who get abused go through. Well, at least I'm not beaten up every single day. At least he didn't poke my eye out. At least he didn't kill me. And for that, I am grateful. I've heard that many times, that they're grateful to the person who beats them up because he has the capacity to hurt them even worse and to kill them, and he doesn't. Until something worse happens, perhaps.
Sorry for interrupting. Did you ever learn of any caution given to Lucy Medina if she did try to leave?
He said that he would track, yes, he wasn't going to let it go. He would not let her leave. That's pretty much the message. And remember, 43% of people who are killed by an enraged, angry partner.
Doctor, did you attempt to speak to Lucy Medina about the actual event and how Luis Medina resulted with a punctured wound to his neck?
Yes,
Did you make more than one effort to do that?
multiple efforts.
And
Yes.
share with us what you learned and what you concluded.
What I learned is that Lucy Medina was unable to walk me through the events that led up to that night's bleeding and stabbing of Luis Medina. I like to think that I'm able to establish rapport with people, as most psychologists are, and I'm trained that way. And being polite goes a very long way. Being kind goes a very long way. And also being able to read the room, if you will, knowing the despair that someone has. And I remember saying to Lucy, this is not a good time. Let's do another time. We're going to talk about other things. And she would, I think, appreciate that, was grateful that she didn't have to go through it that day. And I tried to do it. And a couple of times we'd start and we had to abort that and finish. And when we did get moving with this, she had no recollection for events or times or events that took place during the bigger evening on July 17th, 2020. She didn't recall. And she did not have, in my professional opinion, any markers of deception, because she did take a deception test called the PDS, the Paulus Deception Scale, PAULHUS Deception Scale, and she scored within normal limits. She also took the HARE, H-A-R-E, Psychopathy Checklist, also known as the PCLR second edition. That's a test on sociopathy, on being a psychopath. To be a psychopath, you need a score of 30 out of the possible 40. The average criminal gets a 23. The average American gets a score of 8. Lucy Medina had a score of 3. But well short of any score required to appear to meet the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, which she does not have. My point is simply that she's not a very good liar. Something she really doesn't do, and she can't really pull it off when she tries to do it, in my professional opinion. And therefore, the information that when asked about what happened was something not available for her because she couldn't remember it. And she couldn't make up a story. She didn't. And there were things that, if she did remember, painted Luis in a much darker light. So things that would help her, she didn't remember. Things that may be viewed in a negative way, she couldn't remember. And that's a marker of honesty.
In your professional opinion, when she was unable to recount the sequence of how Luis Medina suffered the laceration on his neck, did that surprise you that she was unable to recount that?
It does not.
Have you seen it commonly in your practice?
I've seen it, I would say, between 20 and 25 times in serious events where injury, either car accident or a fight or someone falling off of a bridge or something occurring. People don't remember those things. We believe that your mind will help protect your soul. That's sort of the statement that's often bandied about. People go through horrible trauma, need to not have to relive it every day. So sometimes the mind helps shut it down in a good way.
Is it uncommon for a person in a traumatic event, especially a person who has suffered from this level of mental abuse, is it uncommon for them to remember some details but not other details?
No, it's very common.
Throughout looking at the evidence, was there further support for your opinion that her inability to recall some of the details was not uncommon, was normal? Did you
Yes.
support later in the
Yes.
evidence?
Yes.
And in turning to that support, did you watch the video interview of Lucy Medina with the police?
Yes, I watched it multiple times because sometimes you miss things on the first go around and you're looking for things that you may have not noticed. So I watched it a total of 3 times.
Before we get into the conversation, are there certain things that stand out about that interview that you think would lead to a less than productive conversation?
Yes.
What do you see in that interview that, from your perspective and experience, created some impediment?
So this is when 2 white police officers interviewed Lucy Medina. They were sitting across from her. She was in a Tyvek suit, so her clothes were removed from her. She's wearing a Tyvek suit that has a zipper. This is standard practice, but not her clothing. They refer to her, at least one of the officers does at one point, as Hun. Hun, do you understand the Miranda right? And that's not a professional interaction for a police officer with anyone.
Objection. It's the same. He can, disregard. Counsel will ask another question.
Did you hear the reference referring?
He's now talking about her police interview and all of the things that we pointed out. She's in a Tyvek suit, first of all. How kind of like, I don't know, he says it's standard, but it feels kind of demeaning and kind of just ick. Thank you, Scott Messerschmidt, for putting up the phone number for the National DV Hotline. And I put it up on the screen right now. 1-800-799-7233 or text START to 88788. Let's hear what Dr. Zeizel thinks about her interview at the Lawrence PD.
Her as Hun.
Objection. It's the same. He can, disregard. Counsel will ask another question.
Did you hear the reference referring to her as Hun?
Yes.
Did that stand out as notable or important to you?
Yes.
Please continue.
To have a healthy interview, generally, when someone's gone through trauma, it's very helpful to go very, very slow and to repeat things and to ask the person to, in a calm way, repeat to the interviewer what you just said to them. It would be like this: I know you're going through a lot. Let's take this really easy. let me just review what we'll do. And can you tell me what I just said to you? That is a more productive way. In addition, when someone's going through that, it's always helpful to say, if you need to take a break and wash your face or have a cigarette or a glass of water, just let me know. We have all the time. There's no rush. It helps slow down that person's heart rate. And if you speak in a slower tone, most people will sort of go with that. You slow down, they slow down. Anxiety is transcendent. When you sit in a room and someone's really nervous, it makes you nervous too. At least it does for me some of the time. So to have a very therapeutic interview, it's also helpful in the most human frame to offer them something. You break bread with people. Hard glycogen and glucose stores were evaporating based on what happened. You just burn through your energy. And now you're kind of like not clear-headed. And it's also a human connection when you offer someone to eat. That's generally a better way to do these type of interviews. And it's also helpful to say, we're going to be interviewing you, and this is how long it should take. So you're setting the outside parameters. We'll be here for 45 minutes, or we'll be here for 15, or whatever it is. Not to do that makes that person sometimes feel, when is this going to end? It's never going to end. And that only rotates the dial and rheostat of anxiety. So there are ways to do interviews that are more effective. I'm not making any comments about the police interview. I'm just saying from the psychological point of view, there are better ways to do that.
I want to ask you about your observations in the video and what stands out as most important visually, and then verbally, and how you interpret that with your expertise and education as far as how that affected Lucy Medina mentally.
Okay.
As far as visually, let's start with that if we could. What stands out most?
So what stands out for me, Lucy Medina is touching her face, right? She's lifting up the lip, because she has blood on her hands. She's certainly bruised. She's also not making eye contact from the angle of that interview lens with the police officers. Blink rate is important to look at, because if people have rapid eye blinks, we look at that as perhaps a measure of deception, but also a measure of anxiety. When we get nervous, we'll blink a lot. And when we're lying, we blink a lot. And we don't have any blinking or very little blinking. It seems like that person's elsewhere. They're just sort of in a zone of inattentiveness. They're not with you, they're elsewhere. And when you have no eye contact, this is actually absence of engagement. So it appeared to me there was very low blink rate, no eye contact, wearing clothes that weren't hers, having no sense of the end time of this interview, giving no permission to take a break, not offering some things that would make it easier. The other thing that really stood out is Lucy Medina is a pretty smart woman. If you look at the nature of the questions, she could barely have expressive language that explains things. It's like, yes or no. Do you understand the Miranda? Yes or no. And the police officer would read a line on the Miranda warning, and after every sentence, they would ask Lucy, do you understand that? When Miranda rights are generally read, the respondent is asked this question only at the end of the entire reading of the Miranda warning, not after each sentence. Now, I'm not sure why they did that, but it makes sense to me from a psychological point of view. If you read some of the Miranda warning and you have to stop after each sentence to seek clarification, does that respondent understand that one sentence before you go on to the next? That they're picking up on an absence of engagement and lacking of attentiveness. And someone who is being Mirandaized and going through an interview and says they're willing to participate, generally will have more verbal usage than yes or no, or I don't know. And that to me tells me that the parts of the brain that deal with language the broker's area, receptive language, Wernicke's area for expressive language was sort of held in abeyance. Other parts of the brain were taking over that basically said, language is not important now. We're going to focus on just being healthy and having homeostasis. So it is common for someone to go through a traumatic event, not being able to answer questions. And I know this, having interviewed people, when you ask them what their date of birth is, most of us, if not all of us, do not have to think our birthdays. This person said, I don't remember. What's your mother's name? I don't know. That's a sign that you're being shut down. And though those questions were not asked to Lucy Medina, the feeling that seemed to be emanating from her was similar to that.
When you watch Lucy Medina's movements, or physical movements, what stood out to you?
They didn't seem fluid. They're really slow. Psychologists will call this waxy flexibility, kind of hold your hand up. Most people don't sit like that way. It's like a marionette. And with the disorder known as catatonic, someone actually will sit this way, often crouching, and you as a doctor or person on the step can move them and pose them. You don't put their hands down. They didn't do that. She did not have catatonic, but it was similar to that type of presentation. And that's part of major mental illness and serious lacking of engagement. People who have catatonia are usually non-verbal and not expressive. They can maybe utter some things, uttering a sound, vocalizing is not verbalizing.
You gave us the opinion that when you tried to discuss with Lucy the details of the moments and the sequence that led to Luis Medina's laceration, she was unable to recall, and you said that that was not uncommon. Was there evidence that you listened to in that video, that interview, which supports your position that her inability to recall was not fraudulent or evasive, it was a legitimate dissociative nature?
So what supports that, I think, is someone who is what we call faking bad wants to answer questions that make them look bad, like they wanted to get on disability. Then there's faking good. You answer questions that make you look much better. Lucy Medina, when interviewed by the police, would be more likely than not to have questions that she would answer that would be wanting to present her in a more positive light. She made no effort to do that because questions that were pointed in that direction, how many times did Luis hit you? Our answer is, I don't know. Someone who wants to come across as I was really beaten up badly would probably have a number, a higher number than 2. The other piece of evidence that I thought was meaningful was most of us know the handedness of people we live with, people we love, people in our family. Most people know whether your partner is left-handed or right-handed. She did not know that. Is Luis right-handed? She said, I don't know. So there are questions that, of course, all the time frame that she was being asked when she said, I don't know, there are questions that she could have answered differently to help herself. She maybe could have answered questions differently that would hurt her, but she had the same response.
Interesting. Floyd wants to know if I know how Hank came to represent her. I do not know specifically, but remember, he is a defense attorney in Massachusetts. He's apparently one of the best defense attorneys. We've seen a lot of good defense attorneys, but our experience with Hank Brennan, if you didn't watch the Whitey Bulger trial all those years ago, is as a prosecutor. He was hired as a special prosecutor to persecute Karen Reed. So we know him as a special prosecutor. But his wheelhouse is defense work. That's what he's been doing for a lot of years. And so I would imagine he was referred, or I mean, I just don't know. I really genuinely can't give you an answer because I just don't know. If anybody knows for real, for sure, how Hank Brennan came to represent Lucy Medina, I just don't know. Somebody else said in the chat before, do you think her husband's paying for her defense? And I wonder. Apparently they're still together. I mean, I don't, where are they wasting taxpayers' money? Says Jamie. Cupcakes for Justice says, thanks for covering this important trial. To those of you who are coming on over from Corey Richards because they're on lunch break in Utah, come on over. This is live testimony on day 3 of the Massachusetts versus Lucy Medina case. A woman who was on trial despite her husband having beat her for 28 years. She started with assault when she took a knife one night and decided to defend herself. And he didn't testify. He won't testify. But his attorney did testify. And the alleged victim in this case, her husband, Luis Medina, waived privilege so that his attorney could come in and say that, yes, he did admit to beating her brutally, and he doesn't think that she should face any charges because if anything happened to me that night, it was in self-defense. And here we are in Essex County Superior, watching something else that strains credulity. I just wanted to stop and address this. Chronically Annoyed said, just reading chat, Karen didn't get justice. She lost everything due to malicious prosecution and bad cops. Mel, you cover where your heart is at, but to reply to that one comment, first of all, I don't even know what you're talking about. Karen's not in jail right now. She was acquitted. And I think the topic of what I was discussing at that very moment was that people were asking me to break from covering this live trial of Lucy Medina in Massachusetts to cover Karen Reed's civil hearing at 3 p.m. The big hearing is tomorrow at 9 a.m. I explained that I am not allowed under the rules of the court to stream the Zoom hearing, so I can't go into the Zoom and live stream it. I don't think anybody's live streaming it. So that's kind of unfair to me. I know exactly what Karen Reed went through because I covered the case for more than 227 streams that averaged about, 6 to 8 hours each. I'm also chronically annoyed. Life on Makeup said, we love Karen and she's strong and she's safe from any prison time. Lucy is crying and shaking and cowering in a courtroom right now. Lucy's been in a figurative prison for 3 decades. So I apologize if you're offended that I'm not going to interrupt this stream to cover what is probably going to be a boring civil conference for Karen Reed at 3 p.m. because they've agreed to all electronic discovery. They've stipulated to it. And that's what this is on. The big hearing is tomorrow, which I will likely cover and then cover this on delay. If Law Girls Not Attorneys are able to go back to court tomorrow and stream it for us, because that's why we're able to stream it today, because Court TV won't. Kim wants to know if her husband's paying her defense. I don't know, but Dr. Zeizel said Luis Medina makes a lot more money than Lucy, and he would never let her forget it. And he was mad that she didn't make enough money. But he's an electrician. She works for the government. She works for Social Security, and she would often work very long hours just to stay away from him. And in fact, she sent her children to live elsewhere so they would be protected. I don't know. And now some weird part of me is saying, and I don't know, this might be a crazy thought, but is it possible? I don't know. I think maybe I'm beginning to lose my mind. I think it's very possible that because it seems like Lucy Medina is still with this monster, Luis Medina, I don't know, that the Commonwealth is prosecuting her to get her away from him. I don't know. Is that a crazy thought? Because it seems like if she's still taking care of him and she's still with him and he won't testify against her, she's still in so much danger when she's acquitted, because I hope she's going to be acquitted. And somebody said he's probably waiting around the corner to drive her home every day. I don't know. But I'm so conflicted. You were thinking the same thing, Gary? You guys are thinking the same thing? Maybe they're doing this to try and save her from herself. I don't know. I don't know. Let's hear more from Dr. Zeizel. Here we go.
There is universality
Right, Sam, this is a great point. I think if the Commonwealth wanted to protect her, they'd charge him. Except she's never called the police. She won't press charges against him. It would be the same sort of thing that they're doing to her without a victim, except they have a lot more evidence that he beat her than they do that she was not defending herself, right? I'm so conflicted. I mean, I'm not conflicted. I think she should be acquitted, but I really fear, oh, Larry, it ends with us. You know, I auditioned for that movie, right? I auditioned for that movie to play Blake Lively's mother. I killed that audition too. But the woman who got the role has a lot more credits than I do. And sometimes that's the way it goes, especially after the SAG strike and the writer's strike and so many actors being out of work, etc. Yeah, I might be giving them too much credit. But Lisa's right too. The abuser will never let her forget what he's done to her. He admitted it, but all of his admissions are hearsay because it's, right, Jessica, it's things that he told his lawyer and things that Lucy has told Dr. Zeizel. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a solution here, and I just can't think of a solution. I'm the solution-oriented person. People tell me their problems, and I try to solve them instead of just listening, and sometimes I think I should just listen. I'm a solver. I'm a type A solver. But my heart is breaking. Let's keep going.
With her answers. I know I could have answered questions differently that would hurt her, but she had the same response. There was universality with her answers. I don't know. She didn't know things that would help her. She didn't know things that wouldn't help her. That points in the direction as a marker of honesty. And also not truly remembering events that night or that day.
Doctor, I have just a few more questions.
Okay.
You shared with us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, that at the time of this incident, Lucy Medina was a battered woman suffering from anxiety disorder, PTSD, and acquired these mental health illnesses as a result of a relationship with Luis Medina.
Yes, I did.
And those compromises that existed at the time of this event, between that point, that's now over 4 years ago.
Over 5 years, I think. Right.
Has anything about your diagnosis about Lucy Medina at the time of the event, has any of it changed between then and as she sits here today?
No.
Has she progressed, escaped, moved on in any way, any progress in the last 5 years for Lucy Medina?
None at all.
In conclusion, Doctor, to summarize your opinions and your experience in education in this case, how do you explain it in simple terms?
What I would say about Lucy Medina is this. Socrates once said, an unexamined life is not worth living. So therefore, most of us have opportunities to do self-reflection and look inside and look at what our lives have been like and where we want our lives to go.
Okay, Socrates has entered the chat. An unexamined life is not worth living. Do you see what he's doing? Oh my God, it makes me want to cry. He's trying to get through to her in the room. While she's sitting in that defendant's chair, he's trying to get through to her. Wow. He's trying to help her because you can't help someone unless they want help, right? How can you help someone get out of this situation if they don't want to get out of it? And that's what this man, Dr. Zeizel, is trying to do. Wow. I gotta, Socrates has entered the chat. I don't even know if he sees private patients, if he's just a forensic psychologist and only testifies. I don't know. But I want to hear that again. Get your tissues.
What I would say about Lucy Medina is this. Socrates once said, an unexamined life is not worth living. So therefore, most of us have opportunities to do self-reflection and look inside and look at what our lives have been like and where we want our lives to go. Lucy Medina has never, since she's been with Luis Medina, been able to ever have any type of self-examination, any type of hopefulness for the future. Because when you're beating up every single weekend, hope goes out the window. And we talk about the triad of hope: hopefulness about the future, hopefulness about the world around you, and hopefulness about yourself. That triad is really inverted for Lucy Medina, because what she has is hopelessness about the future, hopelessness about the world around her, and hopelessness about herself. And that's how I would look at Lucy Medina and what brings us here together today.
I have no further questions.
Way to end it, Hank.
Good afternoon,
Well
Dr.
done.
Zeizel.
Good afternoon, Attorney Burke.
Nice to meet you.
Well done. Well done, sir. I never thought I'd be clapping for Hank Brennan, but here I am. Here I am. This is where he excels. This is where his skills are better put to use as a defense attorney with seeming empathy. Before the ADA gets up to speak, Mastad says, why don't you think Hank tried this case to the bench? Slam dunk acquittal that way. I don't know anything about this judge, but I do know a lot about Essex County since we've covered a bunch of other cases there. I don't know. I don't know. If it was a bench trial, would Court TV have covered any of it? Would we even know about it? Nobody's reporting on it in the mainstream media. Do you think Hank Brennan wants eyes on this case? Not just for himself and his redemption tour, but for the topic of DV, for the complexities of it, so that more people can learn about it from listening to a masterful expert like Paul Zeizel to try and understand it a little better? I don't know. Winosaur said that was not testimony. It was an intervention. Cheryl says, I'm afraid we'll be watching his murder trial on Court TV one day. Oh yeah, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a Kelsey hearing today, and I told you about it yesterday, but it was moved to March 12th. You're correct. That's why we were doing this today instead of Kelsey. And so I don't know. Maybe his client wouldn't agree to it. He would have to have her waive her jury right to a jury, and maybe she didn't want to. All right, let's see what the ADA Burke. Can't see. I always want to say James Burke, but he was a criminal on Long Island. It's not James Burke. What's his name? Patrick Burke. ADA Patrick Burke. Maybe Hank's trying to get a message through. No house, no foul says. I worry for her safety too, David. That's why I'm like crying over here. I don't know what's going to happen to her. Because it sounded like from what Dr. Zeizel was saying that they are still together and that he still does take care of her and that her children have abandoned her because she won't leave him. All right, let's go. This is cross-examination by ADA Patrick Burke.
Twice.
Just have a few questions if that's okay.
Of course.
I know you already sort of explained it on direct, but can you remind us, or in your work in this case, you spoke to a number of witnesses in addition to Ms. Medina, correct?
Ruth Nunez, and Hershey, and Rosita, yes.
Other than, and just so far, I'm just talking about witnesses so far, other than Mrs. Medina and those three individuals, did you have conversations with anyone regarding this case or about anything you testified about?
No.
Okay. So everything, is it fair to say, Doctor, everything you told us today, I shouldn't say everything, but in terms of what you know today, it's based on what Mrs. Medina told you or what those three individuals told you, correct?
Yes, and also what Mrs. Medina did not tell me. She went to great lengths not to share information. She would not answer questions. She would answer questions that were lacking information that would have painted a clearer picture for me and perhaps for her. So it's an answer, yes, but also there's a caveat of not getting a lot of information when needed.
Thank you, Doctor. And when you say she wouldn't answer, is it that she would basically remain silent and stare blankly at you, or she would give you an answer that was unresponsive to what you were asking her?
Well, she would, a little bit of both, but she would often say, I don't want to talk about that. And that was it.
And you didn't press any further if she gave you a response like that, correct?
I wouldn't press further regarding that specific moment because I told her, you're in charge of what we talk about. For a woman who's never had the capacity or agency to decide anything in her relationship, to me, demanding an answer was not going to be therapeutic or even appropriate. But I said to her, I would like to revisit this if we could. For not, for the most part, but she was open to that and she was willing to meet with me. I thought it was a positive thing, even though it didn't bear as much fruit as I was hoping for.
So when you testified on direct examination about things like, for example, Mr. Medina, Luis Medina childhood, his family considering him a deity, his family giving him everything he wants, who did you learn that from?
I learned that from her cousin, her co-workers, and from Lucy Medina herself, to some extent.
Those co-workers, you were in the courtroom and you watched their testimony, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say the three of them don't know Luis Medina very well, correct?
So three of Lucy's coworkers have testified. It must have been early. No, it couldn't have been. Wouldn't it have been in the defense case in chief? I'm confused unless the Commonwealth called them, but why would they? Well, we missed it. Maybe Court TV will, sum it up for us at some point on their website. I'll check.
Don't think that's actually fair to say.
Well, you heard them testify that they knew Lucy, but none of them really spent considerable time, other than a couple occasions or a couple times a year, with the two of them together. Isn't that true?
Well, your question was, of the people I spoke to, isn't it fair to say that they did not know Luis Medina very well? Then your follow-up, when I answered that, I didn't agree with that, was they didn't really spend time with the two of them together. So I think Rosita knew Luis Medina before Lucy Medina ever met him. So I think she knew him pretty well, relative to what knowing someone well means. Did they spend a lot of time together? Well, we did hear that they went to a comedy show together.
And that comedy show was 35 years ago, right? That's what you said?
That's what they said, but that wasn't your question. Your question wasn't how long ago it was. And they had, in my opinion, remarkable recollection of an event that took place 35 years ago. But yes, it was a long time ago. That doesn't mean they don't know him or spend time with him.
Did any of them grow up with him?
That I don't know.
Okay. And so fair to say, if somebody was going to have firsthand knowledge of somebody's upbringing, or perhaps the way their parents treated them when they were a child, that person would have had to be there to see it. Otherwise, they would just be learning that secondhand, right?
Well, I don't know about that. I would say this. If I go to bed at night and I look outside and my pavement and grass is green and the pavement's the tarmac, I wake up in the morning and there's a foot of snow like we've had recently, I would conclude that even though I didn't see it, it snowed last night. And they had great integrated reliability. I spoke to them the same night on Zoom, 1 hour after the other. Their stories tied together about Luis Medina. This is what I know about his life. This is how he grew up. I'm friends with so-and-so who is his sister, and that's what they say. Is it perfect? No, but it's not a distortion necessarily. It may not be totally accurate, but I don't think it's far off what the possible truth is about Luis Medina.
I'm not saying that it's a distortion, and I'm not really even talking about whether there's inconsistent stories. What I'm asking you, doctor, is if somebody is none of them from your information had firsthand knowledge that they observed of Mr. Medina when he was, say, 6 or 7 years old, right?
I think that's fair to say.
All right, thank you, doctor. You at some point in this case provided Attorney Brennan with your CV, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that CV is 12 pages long, correct?
Yes.
And that CV lays out in great detail your work experience from 1986 until today, correct?
It's not been updated, but yes, pretty much till today.
Okay. And obviously it goes through your educational background, correct?
Yes.
And it lists a number of presentations that you've given, correct?
Yes.
Would you take my word for it that it lists over 40 presentations?
I would believe that. And if you tell me that, I take your word for it.
Thank you, doctor. Would you take my word for it that none of those presentations, at least the way they're listed in your CV, mention battered women's syndrome? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your CV also contains the sections awards and acknowledgements, correct?
Yes.
A little over 15 of them listed. Is that about right?
Probably, yeah.
Anything about them related to battered women's syndrome?
No.
Have you published anything, doctor?
No. I did my thesis, but I didn't publish. I tell people I'm on a working branch, not in an ivory tower. So I don't publish. I don't write reports or articles, rather.
I'm on a working ranch, not an ivory tower. Print that. He doesn't, publish papers. That doesn't make him any less of an expert because he's dealing with real people and real patients.
And so fair to say, obviously, based on that question, you haven't written any reports or any publications about battered women's syndrome, correct?
That's correct.
In your 12-page CV with all those notations that we've listed, is battered women's syndrome listed at once?
It's not.
You also testified on direct examination about materials you reviewed in preparation of testimony, correct?
Yes.
Could you remind us what the materials were? I'm sorry.
Sure. There were the videotape. There were, I believe, police reports. There were 23 letters from references of people who knew her. And I don't recall.
I totally get it. Thank you.
Okay.
You also said that you reviewed and you might have just said it too, photographs.
Oh, yes,
from the scene.
that's
Okay.
right.
Do you know approximately how many photographs you looked at?
I don't remember.
Okay.
There were quite a few, so probably about 20
All
or
right.
so.
And did you say, or did you review Mr. Medina's medical records in your review for this case?
Very briefly, I believe I did, yes.
Very briefly, how much time did you spend with the medical records?
I don't know. The issue wasn't Mr. Medina per se, it was Lucy Medina's functionality at that time.
Understood, question, doctor, but my question was, did you review the medical records of Mr. Medina? And if so, how much time did you spend reviewing those medical records?
I wouldn't be able to tell you because I don't remember how much time I was looking at records.
Was it less than an hour?
Probably.
Was it less than 30 minutes?
Doubtful.
Do you know how many pages of medical records have been produced in this case?
I don't, but normally they're hundreds of pages generally.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think you mentioned listening to.
Doesn't matter how long Luis Medina's medical records were. You're not going to get sympathy from the jury just because maybe he had a bad injury to his neck. He's living. He's among the living. He's not at the Endless Heaven buffet. And he beat her viciously for 28 years. Did you forget that part? Did you forget the part where he did that when she was also 7 months pregnant? And then after her baby was born, did you forget about all that? ADA, Patrick Burke. You think you're going to get sympathy from the jury because Luis Medina's medical records were extensive? Doesn't matter. This is about Lucy. Wow. I guess that's what he's going for here.
The 911 calls in this case, did you?
I didn't mention it, but I did listen to it. There were 2 911 calls.
You did listen to them?
I did, yes, I did.
All right, thank you, doctor.
You're welcome.
And did you look at any of the crime lab reports that were generated in this case?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember which ones?
No.
Okay. Did you review the police reports?
Yeah.
Did you know that there were no fingerprints found on the knife, that they couldn't find any fingerprints on the knife? Did you know that? Again, Dr. Zeizel's job that he's hired to do for the purposes of testimony here today is to talk about Lucy Medina and her state of mind and her diagnoses and why she behaved the way she did because of battered women syndrome and other things that he has mentioned. Her major depressive disorder, her generalized anxiety disorder, the reason why she may have been detached and disassociated. Luis Medina's medical condition really has nothing to do with his testimony at all. And for him to have reviewed extensive medical records in Luis Medina just to bill for a lot more hours, because these, experts bill by the hour. Remember that expert? Oh, that reminds me. All right, hold on. I was trying to eat, but I want to go back on camera for a second. Remember that expert for the state in Carly Gregg? Remember how much money that guy billed to review all the medical records? And he wrote like a really long report. Is that the right trial that I'm thinking of? Dr. Zeizel is billing wisely. He doesn't want to, cost this woman who's been brutalized for 28 years any more money than he has to. Oh my God.
Yes.
Remember how many there were?
No.
And I think you testified on direct. You didn't interview Luis Medina, correct?
That's correct.
Did you try to?
No.
Did you speak to his lawyer, Attorney Erkan?
I did not.
You know what is so funny? Guess who else didn't interview Luis Medina? The prosecution. The police. Nobody ever interviewed Luis Medina because he lawyered up and he never told them what happened that night. So that's interesting, don't you think?
But you said that you read a letter that he had written.
Yes.
Did you call him up and follow up on any of the items that he wrote in the letter?
I did not.
Okay. Did you know that Mr. Medina to this day has trouble formulating his thoughts?
Yes. Sustained.
Doctor, am I correct that you testified that battered women's syndrome is not a psychiatric diagnosis?
Correct.
You testified.
Mr. Medina has trouble formulating his thoughts. Well, how do you know? Because you've never spoken to him and nobody from your office has ever spoken to him. The police have never spoken to him. And I don't know, kind of hate to say this, but kind of needs saying. Had she killed him, he wouldn't be able to hurt her anymore. She would have been free. She would be on trial for his murder right now. But we've seen women acquitted. Remind me, the woman's name. The woman who stabbed her husband many, many times while he was sleeping on the couch after years and years and years of abuse, and she was acquitted. I want to say her name was Christine. Does anybody remember? She was a black woman and she killed her husband. She stabbed him many, many, many times while he was on the couch sleeping. We do need Dexter in the corner. I was just thinking of her. Was she in Florida? No. I don't think she did 20 years. That's not the one I'm thinking of. If anybody thinks of it, let me know. I'm going to have to look it up because it's going to bother me until I can think of it. Go on with your bad self, ADA Patrick Burke. We see you.
That it is a legal construct.
That's correct.
So is it fair to say you are here to express a legal opinion to this jury?
That's a bit of a red herring.
Why is that?
Because I'm not a lawyer. Although there's a crossover for battered women syndrome because it can comport to PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a psychiatric diagnosis in the DSM-5. But if you look up battered women syndrome in the DSM, it will not be there. So by definition, the omission of that term means it can't be a psychiatric diagnosis. And one of the perhaps interesting markers is that if you have a disorder that's in the DSM-5, you can bill insurance companies if you're a practicing clinician for that. You cannot bill insurance companies for battered women syndrome. So you could bill for PTSD, which is linked together. Now, in the ICD, which is the International Coding Diagnosis, the nomenclature that's used by the UN, battered person syndrome is in the ICD-9. So it is a psychiatric disorder on that grouping of disorders, but that's an international coding book that we usually don't use in the United States.
So again, not to belabor the point, the DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you just stated battered women syndrome is not listed in the DSM-5, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I know you kind of just said it, but tell us, what is contained within the DSM-5? What sorts of disorders?
So neurocognitive disorders, which would be brain injuries, people falling out of trees, major and minor, learning disabilities of all different types. There are anxiety disorders. There are what we call simple phobias. There are panic disorders. There are different categories. Affective disorders, the mood disorders, anxiety disorders, from simple phobia to agoraphobia, panic attack without avoidance, panic attack with avoidance, multiple simple phobias. There's about 850 different types of disorders. There's major mental illness that would include schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder with bipolar, schizoaffective disorder without bipolar, schizoaffective 1, schizoaffective 2, schizoid disorder, delusional disorder, which is a fixed belief system. There are many different disorders. There's sexual disorder, there's erotomania, there's pedophilia, there's hebephilia. So there are many different types of disorders. I don't have to go through the whole book.
No, I appreciate it. I know I kind of gave you an open-ended question.
Yes.
But again, so it sounds like the DSM-5 is a pretty comprehensive guidebook to
Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Marsha Thompson, thank you, Life on Makeup. That was in Palm Beach County. That's why we didn't cover it. It was the same time. It was going on or right around or before Ashley Benefield, right? Marsha Thompson, thank you, Life on Makeup.
to recognize mental disorders, correct?
Yes,
And battered women's syndrome is not contained in the DSM-5, correct?
that's correct.
Doctor, of course, as you testified on direct, you're being paid for your time, right?
Yes,
What's your hourly rate?
$400 an hour.
How much in total have you received in payment for your work on this case?
I received a check initially for $1,500, and then I received a check about 2 months ago for $5,000.
And that's for obviously testifying today, correct?
It could be, but I'm not up to I've not been tracking the hours yet, so it may not include all of today.
Okay.
I will just tell you that $6,500 for this man's work and testimony is very, very low. Very, very low. I will tell you from my experience as a civil litigator for over 30 years that when I would have to pay a doctor to come in to testify and do a report and hours and way more money than $6,500. So apparently the 5,000 is not used up yet. And if he goes over on hours, he'll bill them for the rest of the day today. Not a lot of money at all. Money well spent.
But it includes reviewing all the documents that you reviewed to prepare, correct?
Yes,
It includes the time that you spent evaluating Mrs. Medina, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Again, I'm going to go back to that doctor that testified for the state on behalf of Carly Gregg. Do you remember how much that guy charged? It was like 70, 80 grand. It was wild how long his report was.
Doctor, have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
Okay.
We've seen it with
And
Harry Turk.
when you've testified in the past, has it usually been for the defense or the prosecution?
Initially for the defense, now for the, initially for the prosecution, now for the defense.
When's the last time you consulted on a prosecution case?
I would say probably about 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago.
Okay. And
Oh,
have
Zoe.
you just said that you've testified in other cases. So obviously you've worked on other cases and consulted and done work on other cases, and you get paid for those cases also, right?
Yes.
Do you know how much you were paid in total last year for your court-related time?
$333,000, I believe, billing through CPCS. It's the Public Defender's equivalent, Committee for Public Counsel Services. I pay a rate of $75 an hour for travel. They pay for mileage at 60 cents a mile, and all psychologists in the Commonwealth get paid $270 an hour for reviewing documents and conferencing with lawyers and testifying in court.
So that's $330,000 just last year, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much you've gotten paid by CPCS so far this year?
CPCS.
I don't know for sure, but probably about, I think 80,000 maybe, or 60,000, I'm not even sure.
It's not about 150,000?
I don't think so. It's only March. So if I may,
Sure.
sometimes if that is the case, which I don't know it is, I probably submitted bills in November, December that were approved, and sometimes they take many weeks to get processed and paid. So it's work that was done last year, but maybe not paid until.
So CPCS is the Public Defender's Office. Thank you. Dad, do you know if Hank Brennan is, I could probably figure this out by going through the whole entire docket, but it's long. If Hank Brennan does public defender work, if he's acting as a public defender in this case, and if the county or the state or whoever pays the public defender's office is paying Zeizel, because he also does private work too. They're trying to make it look like that is how he makes all his money, so he's lying, so he can make his $333K a year.
This year, but I'm just speculating.
All right.
But I don't think it's 150,000.
Okay.
I wish it was, but it's not.
All right. I appreciate that. I'll take your word for it. Okay.
Right. So I just want to explain something to you.
Could you tell?
Hank Brennan is a private attorney, but he can take cases from the public defender's office, right? Like Larry Tipton does. Larry Tipton, who we love, represented Penny McGee as a public defender, but he normally does private defense work. Okay. They do this with every expert witness, always. How much money are you getting paid? You know, and it's always a thing. But people who watch a lot of trials know that it's not really a thing because all experts are paid. And people who do watch trials know that $6,500 for this doctor's expertise is not a lot of money. The docket called him a private attorney, thanks to Kerry. So maybe he does both. Maybe Dr. Zeizel does both public defender work that's referred to him from the public defender's office and private defendants. Who cares?
Plus, you were first retained in this case. Did you say in the winter of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember, and you said that you had some great difficulties in even attempting to interview Miss Medina at first, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, again, ballpark, when was the first time you ever spoke to Miss Medina in any form?
I believe it was, I think December 16th of 2024 was the first time, but it could have been the week after that.
Okay. And I think, again, I don't want to misquote you, but I think on direct, you said that one of the first meetings, you had to be in somebody's car. Is that right?
That's not exactly.
Okay.
She would not be with me in person. She was in her car, sitting somewhere later in the day when it was dark outside. So she was sitting in her car with the lights off, with the interior lights off. So I didn't really see her. I just saw her silhouette. And that's how we first met, on Zoom or FaceTime, not together in person.
Oh, you were FaceTiming her. She was in her car on her phone?
I was in my house, I believe.
Okay.
She was in her car, yes.
Okay. And during that meeting, did you?
I wonder if Luis was sitting right next to her in the car. I wonder. Yes, they have dismissed a lot of cases because there are not enough. Well, not that there's not enough public defenders, but also they're not paying them enough money in Massachusetts. And so I think, from what I understand, is the private attorneys who were taking the public defender work were on strike or just refusing to take cases. And so a lot of cases have been dismissed. Hundreds, I think. Hundreds of abusive people. Defendants who were accused of DV. Their cases have just been dismissed. You're right. Thanks, Carrie.
Attempt to ask her any questions?
Yes.
Were you able to?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Again, I don't mean to, if you can't put a exact number on it, that's fine. But in your work on this case, do you remember approximately how many times you spoke to Ms. Medina?
I believe it would be about 6 times. Some of the times were just a few minutes, but I think it could be 5, but between 5 and 6.
Were you able to accomplish any of those meetings in person?
No.
All of those meetings could you tell, or do you know, during those meetings, were they all video calls? Let me ask you that.
No, some were phone calls.
Okay. When you had video calls with her, do you remember if you used FaceTime or Zoom?
It was FaceTime because she was in her car with her iPhone or phone. So we didn't use Zoom on that. We just did FaceTime phone calls.
And so if you're FaceTiming somebody with their phone, you're not really able to see their whole. I know there were some difficulties in Ms. Medina not wanting to show, but just in general, say if you and I FaceTime right now, we would only be able to see sort of the top of each other's bodies, right?
But probably, unless this widens the screen, but I imagine that's the case, yes.
Okay. So when you had these meetings with Ms. Medina over FaceTime, sort of, what were you able to see? What were you able to see? And I know you said that she didn't want to see your face, but just tell us, what were you able to see?
So I saw her, I would say, from her mid-chest up, and part of her was sideways, and I'd ask her to turn and look at me. And that's what I would see.
aside from any
She was probably turned sideways because she was looking around to make sure her monster abuser husband wasn't following her or wasn't somewhere in the area and was going to catch her talking to an expert witness for her trial. Who knows what he would have done?
logistical difficulties or any issues that existed specifically with Miss Medina, don't you think as a psychologist, evaluating a person, interviewing a person is more beneficial in person than on FaceTime and a cell phone?
I do.
When you see somebody in person, you're able to gauge them more, observe them better, and get a better sense of them, right?
I agree.
All right. Doctor, you shared with us some of your experience working in Afghanistan and Cambodia, things like that, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that you said that, or I don't want to misstate you, but correct me if I'm wrong, but basically, I think we're trying to draw the comparison that when somebody's in a high stress situation, like being in a combat zone or being in an abusive relationship, they're consistent in that they both can give somebody PTSD or issues like that. You see what I'm trying to say?
I do. And there's also a physiological response, is a biochemical response. So the brain doesn't distinguish between being frightened by a friend who's walking by who says boo with a bomb going off. You have a physiological response. Your amygdala tells you flee until you realize it's a friend next to you. So yes, that is the high stress situations, real or imagined, as it would be with someone pranking you perhaps. But your body responds the same way.
But regardless of how your body responds or the sort of mental reaction somebody has in those situations, being in war or in a battle zone in Afghanistan is different than being in an abusive relationship, correct?
That could be, yes, but not always. I mean, it depends on the nature of the relationship, I suppose. It depends on how far you're away from getting injured in a war zone.
So when you first met with Miss Medina, it was approximately 4 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen Miss Medina in person before today?
No.
Okay, do you think that's some big gotcha? I don't know. But a lot of people do.
Doctor,
think
based on your review of the records and interviews with Miss Medina, when did Miss Medina become a battered woman?
The battery started 6 months or 5 months into her relationship. That was the first event in which she was beaten up by Luis Medina.
But I think you said on direct that somebody being battered once and somebody having battered person or battered women syndrome are different things, right?
Well, the way I would clarify that is that it's a degree, when we think about risk and danger, risk is the likelihood of something occurring again. Danger is magnitude. So being battered, insulted, but you don't get bruised, the insults are short term, may not be the equivalent of getting punched in the face, kicked, thrown down, and requiring to go into a hotel for a week at a time for many times. So it's a relative construct.
yeah, I mean, let him keep talking, ADA. Why are you going to put, what a stupid question to ask, because this doctor is not going to be fooled by your shenanigans. When do you think she became a battered woman? He said 5 months into their relationship, that's when he started beating her. She used to have to go to a hotel for a week at a time and lay in her bed. So what are you saying, ADA Patrick Burke? Are you saying she should have left? It's her own fault. She should have left. Kind of sounds like that because you're kind of making it seem like, wow, she was battered for 28 years. She probably should have left. And that is why many abused men and women do not report. Right. Perhaps Luis denied her from meeting in person. Perhaps he doesn't let her out of the house much. Perhaps she had to sneak away to do these appointments. How would she ever have gotten to see him in person? Tell me, ADA, Patrick Burke, that you know nothing about the dynamics of intimate partner violence without telling me. But keep going because you think this is going to help your case. Not today, Satan. Or yacht today, Satan, as we say.
Depends who thrown down and requiring to go into a hotel for a week at a time for many times. So it's a relative construct. It depends how you feel about the battery, how much you were battered, how long did it go on for, what the injuries were, what the ending of the battery was like, if it ever ends. So it's a very slippery slope to answer that question simply.
I think you said it's qualitative, not quantitative, right?
But yes,
Okay.
it could be quantitative, but generally the qualitative covers more because you're getting beaten up to such a degree where you have bruises all the time. You don't have to count the number of punches to know that someone's been seriously hurt. And Lucy Medina doesn't keep score that way. She hides from it.
So if she had left the relationship in the first 5 or 6 months after the abuse started, would she have been a bad woman then?
I think that's a question.
Wow, this is outrageous, and I hope the jury is as enraged as we are. So if she left the relationship after 5 months, would she be a battered woman now? Oh, cupcakes. Oh, cupcakes. I'm so sorry for his behavior, but I shouldn't be apologizing for his behavior. He should be apologizing to the women in Essex County. Yes, he really said that. So let's take it back a second. Max, I know you're a survivor too. Hold on. Look at Lucy Medina writing notes to Hank Brennan, but what a gross and inappropriate question. You should be outraged. Listen, one more time, for a little louder for those in the back.
Covers more because you're getting beaten up to such a degree where you have bruises all the time. You don't have to count the number of punches to know that someone's been seriously hurt. And Lucy Medina doesn't keep score that way. She hides from it.
So if she had left the relationship in the first 5 or 6 months after the abuse started, would she have been a bad woman then?
I think that's a question that requires speculation about something that didn't happen. I don't know if I can answer that.
Pregnant pause. Let that settle in with the jury. Victim shaming.
And doctor, during your direct examination, you were talking about characteristics that are consistent with a batterer, correct?
Yes.
And those characteristics about Mr. Medina, again, were things that you heard from Mrs. Medina and the 3 individuals who testified today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say that Luis was a charming, likable person, you don't know that yourself. You're taking the word of other people, right?
Yes, including Lucy Medina.
And you said that he's able to show kindness when appropriate, able to be persuasive, and able to have certain personality traits. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you never met Luis himself, correct?
Correct. My evaluation was of Lucy Medina, not of Luis Medina.
If Luis Medina is such a great guy, prosecutor, why isn't he coming in to testify for you? He didn't even testify. He never gave a version of events. There are so many holes in this case. It is like triple Swiss cheese.
You would not be able to diagnose Luis Medina with anything based on what you know, right?
It's unethical and inappropriate for me to diagnose someone who I've not met with.
There you
The
go.
only thing I could comment on, though not asked, is what does his characterological traits appear to be if someone else had these things? In other words, how do these point in the direction of some type of disorder? But I wasn't asked to do that, and I'm not diagnosing them.
So, doctor, you testified about your opinion. I don't want to paint with too broad a brush, but basically what Miss Medina's mental state was on July 17th, 2020, right?
Yes.
All right. And again, that was almost 4 years before you ever met her, correct?
Yes.
And doctor, when you talk about the fact that Mrs. Medina didn't have any issues before her marriage to Luis, you never met Mrs. Medina before that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about the interview for a few minutes. You said you watched it multiple times, correct?
Yes.
Doctor, have you ever been trained in police interview techniques?
I'm familiar with it, but I've not been trained by the academy, no.
So, and you testified that, in your opinion, this interview would have went better if the officers went more slowly. Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said, and probably not to refer, to be a little more, I think, reflective of her status at that point psychologically.
Why don't you not think you don't think they were reflective of the way she was speaking? You don't think that they were acting appropriately based on what she was saying?
They may have been acting appropriately. What I was saying is that there are better ways to do it, and I would do it differently. It doesn't make me right and them wrong, but I just saw how impaired she was. I saw how she was so unable to interact with them that they were doing things that are unusual for police officers, which is to ask a respondent if they understood a single sentence in the Miranda warning. I've never seen that happen, and it just tells me that she was in a very bad place. And they didn't seem to go real smooth, in my opinion, and also not to blame them at all. They're two white men. She's a Latina woman in a tie-back suit. The optics are tough for anyone, and it could have gone better, I think, if they had female officers. But that's Monday morning quarterbacking. It's not my bailiwick. I'm just saying that she didn't really respond in a great, healthful way, but that's also reflective of her impairment at that time. So they were reflective, yes. They didn't yell and scream. They didn't play good cop, bad cop. They were professional. Didn't bear much fruit. That's more the result of Lucy Medina's mental status, not of their interviewing techniques.
Doctor, have you been trained in how to administer Miranda warnings to a suspect?
I have not.
Both of those officers were very patient with her in that interview, wouldn't you say?
I would say that.
And there were times when they had to ask her the same question several times, right?
Yes.
And they never appeared annoyed, and you just said they never yelled at her or snapped at her. They met her where she was. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. You also testified, Doctor, that based on Mrs. Medina's mental state and this traumatic event that was occurring, that was one of the reasons why she couldn't remember or couldn't recount to the officers what happened, right?
That was my opinion, correct.
But she did remember certain things, didn't she?
Of course.
She remembered that they were outside drinking, right?
Yes.
She remembered that they were planning on cooking. He was planning on cooking fat, right?
Yes,
She remembered that she went into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. She remembered that, right?
yes,
She said that a couple times, right?
yes.
And she said a few times, why didn't I just walk away, right?
Correct.
She said, just let it be, just forget about it, don't say nothing, right?
Don't go there,
She did
dude.
say that.
Don't go there, dude.
She also remembered throwing a candle to defend herself, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
And at some point during that interview, officer asked, and how many times do you think he hit you? She responded, he hit me twice, that I know, right?
Correct.
Bruh. Enough, says Robin.
She also remembered that Mr. Medina stayed outside when she went into the kitchen to grab a knife, right?
Yes,
And that he was still outside when she went back outside, right?
correct.
Mrs. Medina shared with the officers that her and Mr. Medina had gone to counseling before, correct?
Correct.
Counseling's
And
not
the
gonna fix
officers
this.
asked her when the last time he was physical with her was, correct?
Yes,
And her answer was that was a while back.
yes.
She said probably a few years ago.
That's what she said.
Oftentimes the victim will lie because of their shame and embarrassment. Doesn't mean that was an honest answer, that he had last beat her a couple of years ago. Because he beat her that night. We saw the bruises. Is beating just sometimes okay? Just like every couple of years, is that okay? Is that like a level of okay with you, Mr. ADA?
I have nothing further. Thank you so much, John.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
Will there be a recross? Yes, there will. I mean, redirect. Sorry. I'm getting confused with Hank. He's confusing me. I don't know which way is up anymore. Let's see if he's
Dr.
outraged.
Zeizel, is the concept of somebody being a battered woman something that's just made up?
No, it's not made up. It's been around for many years. It's used all over the world. It's used in every single state, probably in every single county in the United States where there are trials.
How long have you been a psychiatrist for?
I'm a forensic psychologist for about 37 years, licensed in 1989.
And you've worked constantly over those 37 years, haven't you?
Yes,
Do you have vast experience in many areas of forensic psychology that are not in your resume?
yes,
Are you qualified to identify, analyze, and recognize a battered woman?
objection. Yes,
Have you ever seen a battered woman?
many times.
Do you see one today?
Absolutely. Objection.
Do you see one today?
Disregard the last answer.
Do you see one today? Have you ever seen a battered woman? Oh, yes. Do you see one today? Absolutely. Objection. Judge tells the jury to disregard, but they've heard it. Well done, Hank. Well done.
Yes,
Have you ever seen a battered woman?
many times.
Do you see one today?
Absolutely.
Objection. That's sustained. It will disregard the last answer.
You were asked about your profile of a batterer and your analogy to Mr. Medina, who you had never met. And the prosecutor, do you remember he asked if all that information came from Lucy Medina?
Yes,
Did you know that there's a stipulation between the Commonwealth and the defense that's going to be entered right after your testimony that is independent evidence beyond Lucy Medina evidencing Mr. Medina as a batterer?
Objection. You can answer the question whether you knew or not.
I didn't know that.
You did know that.
I did know that. Yeah.
And so that evidence is not simply limited to Lucy Medina, is it?
It's not.
You didn't see Lucy Medina in person, although
Wow. Yeah, of course, I'm always listening. I just don't like to eat on camera. So when I go off camera, it's usually because I'm eating, but I'm not listening. How could I not listen to this? I'm invested. There's a stipulation between the Commonwealth and the defense that there is independent evidence of Luis Medina beating other women. Again, why are we here?
you preferred that. Do you think, in your opinion and expertise, that was a ploy by Lucy Medina because she didn't want to spend the time and couldn't be bothered with you?
Hardly. No, that's not the reason why she did not want to meet with me.
When you met with her, how often would she have a guttural, visceral, emotional reaction when we talk about certain issues?
Throughout our meetings, it was very evident to me that this was remarkably upsetting to her and very painful. And I said to her, at any point, if we need to stop, we will. And she took me up on that a few times. I've been doing this for a long time. And to do anything in the world of forensic psychology, you need to have what they call a cold heart. You can't be black. You have to be compassionate, but you have to keep some distance psychologically to do effective work, and also to help yourself be healthy. And I could really feel her pain. I thought it was so obvious and palpable that I said, we'll take our time. We can take more time as needed. And we did that. There was not one piece of presentation that I interpreted as faking it. Not at all. She seemed absolutely flattened, totally shattered by her life's experiences.
You wait for the next part.
The difficulty in seeing her in person, was that in any way related to the actual trauma she had suffered over the years?
Yes.
You were asked questions about some of the statements that Ms. Medina made to the police officers.
That's correct.
And you talked about characteristics of a battered woman and somebody with post-traumatic stress disorder when they engage in counterproductive behaviors.
That's correct.
The prosecutor emphasized in his questions a statement about coulda, shoulda, walked away.
Correct, yes.
Is that reminiscent or supportive in any way of counterintuitive behaviors?
It's an ethereal question. It's a question almost rhetorical. Because if someone could walk away, they would walk away, and they wouldn't do it after 20 years of being battered. And I think it's just a question that made her wonder, essentially, look what I've gone through. Why did I leave? She couldn't leave, and she can't leave. She's still there now.
Based on your assessment of this case and given the question,
And there you have it. She can't leave. She's still there now. I think my heart is broken in a million pieces. Andrea says they need to put more in place to help DV victims earlier before someone dies. He's not even dead. He's not even dead. But I agree with you. If you're new to this case, there's extensive show notes below the video. You might have to close your chat out to get to it, but she can't leave. She still hasn't left. He's an electrician. He makes lots of money. She works for the government and Social Security. God, he's at home waiting for her. It's so scary. I need to let you hear that again.
Years of being battered. And I think that's just a question that made her wonder, essentially, look what I've gone through. Why did I leave? She couldn't leave, and she can't leave. She's still there now.
Based on your assessment of this case and given the question the prosecutor asked you on cross-examination, in your expertise, in your 38 years, in your education, your experience, that evening as Lucy Medina was being battered by her husband, Luis Medina, did she have the ability to escape, run away, walk away, or flee in that moment?
She did not.
You had mentioned to the jury that Ms. Medina, in your inevitable conclusion that she was being candid, that she did not provide information that would have been adverse to Luis Medina. For example, the extent of the beating that night.
That's correct.
And the prosecutor asked you if you remembered her telling the police she had been struck twice.
Yes.
The photographs that you reviewed, this is photograph 37, 35 may display to the jury, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Okay, and what's your as well?
We saw the photographs on
37.
day one. They're gruesome.
35. These are just some of the pictures.
Yes. I'm familiar with that.
Are the number of injuries on Miss Medina inconsistent with 2 strikes?
Yes.
And so when she says she was hit twice, inevitably, that is undermining the extent of the beating she took that night.
It's a significant reduction in the number of strikes that she had to endure. There are multiple strikes on both arms, on the forehead, and face, and on her back.
And finally, Doctor, you recognize or you opine that Miss Medina is a battered woman. You provided your professional opinion that she suffers from a number of mental health illnesses caused by Luis Medina, including anxiety disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, and yet you had never seen her before, correct?
That's correct.
You saw her today.
Yes.
You've been in this courtroom for almost 3 hours.
Yes, I've been here earlier, but yes, all day.
And in your observations, as you've been here today from that stand, looking in this direction, does the observation of symptoms that you observed confirm or undermine the conclusions that you reached about her being a battered woman prior to actually seeing her in person?
Objection. Overruled.
Overruled.
She has all the markings.
Wow. This is the first time Dr. Zeizel, the expert witness for the defense, this is the first time he's ever seen her in person, and he's been able to observe her for the many hours that he's been in the courtroom. He was in the courtroom before his testimony, and this is a very important opinion because, as the prosecutor pointed out, he's never met Lucy Medina in person. Well, now he's had the opportunity to observe her all day. And Hank Brennan wants to know if she exhibits the signs and symptoms of being a battered woman. And the judge is overruling this objection, and that's a great thing for the defense. Listen to it again.
That you reached about her being a battered woman, confirm or undermine the conclusions and symptoms made from that stand looking in this direction? Does the observation of symptoms that you observed confirm or undermine the conclusions that you reached about her being a battered woman prior to actually seeing her in person?
Objection. Overruled. She has all the markings and presentation, phenotypically, appearance-wise, being a battered woman.
I have no further questions.
Nothing else. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, that was well done. I got to give Hank Brennan his flowers. I really do. There's a female, I guess a female attorney also at the table with Hank Brennan on the other side of Lucy.
May I have one moment? Your Honor, we have no further witnesses, but I have a stipulation by the parties that when it's appropriate, I'd like to introduce to the jury.
Okay, wow, the defense is going to rest. They have no more witnesses, but they have a stipulation that they're going to read to the jury. It is 3:47 here on the East Coast. We're a few minutes behind, but not a lot. They may excuse the jury for the day and go straight to a charge conference. We'll see what happens, but this case is over for now. Let's listen to the stipulation.
So, stipulation is when the parties agree to some fact or some evidence without the need of bringing in a witness, so you can take it as true because it's stipulated between the parties, and you can give it whatever weight you deem appropriate. So the parties have entered into a stipulation. It will be marked as an exhibit, and I believe Attorney Brennan would like to read it to you at this point.
May I?
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, a stipulation of the parties, the Commonwealth and the defense agreed that prior to meeting Lucy Medina around 1998, Luis Medina was dating a different woman and had a child with that woman. During Mr. Medina's relationship with this prior woman, Mr. Medina beat and battered her. That was marvelous.
And the parties agree
For the 89, Your Honor.
that he beat and battered the woman before Lucy.
With that, Your Honor, the defense rests.
Defense rests.
So, anything to call on? No. Okay, so jurors, what we can do is, that concludes the evidence in the case. So you've heard the evidence, but that's all you've heard. You haven't got my instructions as of yet. So tomorrow morning, you will get the instructions, and you'll also hear closing arguments from counsel. I know, as you know, even the past couple of weeks, we're supposed to get some weather tonight. So what I'm going to ask you to do is get here for 9:30. So if you get here around 9:15, I don't want anyone rushing. I want everyone to arrive safely. So you get here around 9:15. We will start around 9:30 in the morning, or as close to it as possible. I would anticipate somewhere between an hour and a half to 2 hours for my charge and the closings. And the deliberating jury should get the case late morning around 11:30 or so. We will be providing lunch for you tomorrow, so the courthouse will make arrangements with you for that when you arrive in the morning. So again, just heed my warnings. You've heard the evidence, but you haven't heard my instructions, and those are equally important as the evidence that you've heard. So please do not discuss what you've heard or seen in this courtroom with anyone, even amongst yourselves, until the deliberating jury has heard my instructions and formally begins deliberations. So with that, I'll turn you back over to the court officers, and you are free to go. Have a good night, and we'll see you in the morning.
All rise. Hear ye. All persons having anything further to do before the honorable John Frazier.
And that's it. Closings tomorrow. Jury instructions tomorrow. The jury should have the case by late morning. You did. You said that earlier, that this would go to the jury tomorrow. Thank you, Law and Disorder. So this was only a 3-day trial. Law and Court TV didn't want to stream the whole entire thing, despite all of you pleading with them to do so. And Sierra told us, she said, I warned you, you'd all be outraged. I think the stipulation was to prevent the witness from having to come in and suffer more trauma by having to testify against Luis Medina. And I think that the prosecution understood that too, and also understood that it could be very devastating for the jury to hear it from the prior victim's mouth. I don't know what a jury is going to do. I tell you every single time we cover a trial that I never know what a jury is going to do. I would never, ever bet money on a jury, but my heart breaks for Lucy Medina either way, because she's still with this man, and I'm so afraid for her safety. Sheriff said, we can assume she was hit on separate occasions because she has old and new wounds. So what she said at that time can be weighed. Thanks for your 5. This is a great point too. Adventurin says the state didn't insist that Lucy be prohibited from living at the same residence as Luis as part of her bond conditions. I don't know. They can't get a hold of her bond conditions. They know she's not a danger to him. Shaking my head. Yep. This is a great point too. Noddle says, what if she was sent in the house to get the knife? They were cooking outside, right? He was yelling at her all the time for all kinds of things. What if he said, get in there and get that knife? Why is there no knife out here? Get in there and get that knife. And then she went in and got the knife. And then when she came out, it slipped. She slipped. He had it coming. He had it coming. You know, that's my favorite song from Chicago, my favorite musical. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. They both. Oh, yes. They both reach for the gun. I mean, kind of could be, right? It's not outside the realm of possibility. Jen pointing out that Dr. Zeizel structured his entire testimony to gently and directly plead with Lucy to leave. Yep. Dallas 8084, thank you so much for joining us today for the first time. Says you're not allowed to stab someone in the neck multiple times just because you haven't turned in your partner for abuse. It's an awful situation, but it's still not okay, and there's repercussions. Where did you hear that she stabbed him in the neck multiple times? Where did you hear that? Because we didn't hear from any medical providers who said that, or there's no coroner involved because he's still alive. So I'm just wondering where you heard that. I don't even want to address the rest of your opinion, because justification is a defense in Massachusetts, as it is in many other states, also known as self-defense. It is a thing. It's a real thing. And I guess we can just be glad you're not on the jury. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Does anybody know that he was stabbed multiple times? Julie Evans said the jury could say guilty to help her escape him. God, I don't think she would be better off in prison. And not a house defendant said, wow, I'm realizing I was verbally abused in my marriage, and now that I'm a widow, I'm seeing it from the outside. It's crazy. I'm so sad for you. I'm so sad. I mean, thinking about it, another reason that Hank Brennan might have gone with a jury is because under the letter of the law, because she had an opportunity, I don't know, to leave, or she went in the house to get the knife and then came back out to get the knife. At least that's what she said. Under the letter of the law, that may give a judge some wiggle room to get out of the justification defense, but the jury just might disregard the law and be like, and you know, jury nullification is the thing too, right? Under the letter of the law. Gigi said, it took me 3 times to get my soulmate. 3rd time is definitely the charm. Not all are monsters. Thank you, Gigi, for giving people hope with your 5. I appreciate you so much. Cheryl said earlier, Mel, it's so heartbreaking seeing this woman saying that she can't survive without her abuser husband. Appreciate you bringing Lucy's case to the surface for us on the other side of the world. Thank you. Go on over there if you would. Be so kind as to give Law Girls Not Attorneys a like and a sub for doing what they did today and going in and streaming this case for us, because Court TV did not and would not, despite your pleas. Despite your pleas. And I think they have a stream scheduled for when they're driving home to talk about it. So if you go over there, you can catch them when they come out of court to talk about it. It's a mother and daughter team. Have any of you watched? And the other day when we covered the Ruth Miller bench trial in Ohio, the Amish woman who gave her son to God when she drowned him, and her husband also died in the lake that day in Ohio. Somebody said in the chat, you can't understand the dynamic here, the Amish dynamic or something such as like that, unless you watch the movie Women Talking. And so, of course, I fell into the rabbit hole of the movie was too difficult. I couldn't finish it yet. I might have to go back for another try. Has anybody seen the movie Women Talking? It was nominated for a lot of awards. It won a lot of awards. It is an all-star female cast, written and I think directed by Sarah Polley. Have you seen it? I think it's partially a true story from 2010 about a bunch of women trying to leave a cult or a religious colony of some sort. And it's a really hard watch, but it's an important watch. So you couldn't finish it either. So if you can, and you can, I mean, it might take you a couple times to get through. No House, No Foul says yes. That's a very good comparison. I think I had to pay for it through Amazon Prime to rent. I think it's like $3.99. GG. Oh, please. Oh. Oh. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to share that, Emily, but thanks for the info. Yeah, is it about Mennonite women? I think it's 2022. Yeah, 2023. I don't think they ever really say what their denomination is. But it's a hard watch. It says I just love the conviction Melanie Little has when someone or someone is wrongly or is wrong or blatantly biased. It's refreshing to see someone always be a decent human being standing love. Thank you so much. You can get the book at the library or Kindle. Thank you, P. Lola's mom. Did any of you use Libby? Do you know about Libby? I don't know. I know people who use Libby. It's like an online library, but you have to wait for the book. But when you get it, you get, I don't know, is it the audio version or it's a thing that a lot of people do. I didn't even know about it. Interesting. All right. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we wrap for the day. It's been a longer day than I thought it was going to be. It's been 6 hours. We didn't know we were going to get the stream. We really lucked out that law girls, not attorneys, were there today for us. You use your library card, right? And then you get books electronically, right? Audio and regular books. Look, a lot of you guys use it. So if you guys didn't know about it, there you go. Libby. I don't even know if Karen Reed's hearing was streamed at all because it's 4 o'clock. I couldn't find it anywhere. Thank you very much. Jen Altman has sent me a Venmo to tell me that I am contributing to the lies and bullying against Meredith. Well, that's an interesting take. Thank you for your 5, Jen Altman. That's kind of bizarre. I'm not even going to read it out loud. But, sweetie, if you think that your friend might take her own life, don't you think that you should do something about that? Intervene? I am not bullying Meredith at all. But thanks for paying me $5 to tell me that. Susan, thank you very much for your very generous 100. And your present emoji. You're the greatest. Thank you so much. Betsy, thank you so much. And Elaine, I thanked you this morning also, and Betsy. So thanks, you guys. Interesting. All right. It is 4 p.m. here on the East Coast. Yeah, interesting. That was a heavy day today. That was a heavy day. So everyone go and relax. We'll see if Law Girls can get there tomorrow so we can cover this. But what my plan is, if there is a live stream of the Karen Reed hearing tomorrow at 9, we can cover that live. And then we can flip over to see. I really want to see closings more than jury instructions because the jury instructions are often long and boring. So if we miss a little bit of the jury instructions, I'm not going to be heartbroken, but we can always rewind them and read them after. So let's do that. Okay. All right. That's amazing. If you want to watch Karen's hearing today, watch the trial channel. They have it up. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just check it. How long is it? Oh, please. Oh, please. It was a 10-minute hearing today. It was a 10-minute hearing. If you're interested, get on over there and watch it. Go on over to Trial Channel. It's at the Trial Channel, and congratulations to Trial Channel for reaching 50,000 subs. You're amazing. You're awesome. It was 10 minutes long. So we'll see tomorrow's. Okay. All right. Thank you to the moderators because they, I couldn't do it without them. They keep the chat classy. They try and protect you from all things troll. And they're out there helping me help you. So thank you very much for tuning in today. I hope that you spread the word about this trial. I hope that when this is over, you hype this video so that it gets to more people. Spread it on your socials and let people know what's going on in Massachusetts, that they chose to prosecute a woman who was battered for 28 years, cut her husband with a knife or sliced his throat. Not sure. Because depending on who you talk to, it's a different story. He lived. And they're prosecuting her 6 years later because this happened in 2020. Seems to be like what they do there. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. If you're rooting for Hank Brennan, let me know in the comments. Never thought I would see the day that I was, but here I am. And prayers up for Lucy Medina because she's going to need them. Peace, you guys. I love you all. Good night. See you in the morning.